In Krakow, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. People. In Krakow, every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players opened their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business, from small catering unit to internet startups. A few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport system, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each year. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world. As for instance, the Wawel Museum of Aviation, the only one of its kind in Poland. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage, but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is Małopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other often distant lands gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow.
And if you want to become a Node.js developer that can build end-to-end applications, join our thriving community at nodejs.dev, and I'm gonna help you master full-stack mobile development by building applications users love.
like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came from one man, forget that piece. You take the west side, take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the start. I hear him chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man's so tough, but man's keep rocking. Just too sharp with the boys, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch now, please use
Welcome to the stage, your host, Ellie Schütze. And Jonny Evakallio, who is totally not me.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone, you beautiful people.
It's an even better morning now that I can see all your faces.
I think we did pretty well, all of us, yesterday.
Yeah.
I think today we're going to do even better.
Yeah, so if you missed it or weren't here yesterday, we are your hosts for all of today, so you'll be stuck looking at our faces until the end of time. I'm Ellie. Here's my beautiful photo, and my Twitter handle is Ellie Belly. Feel free to tweet photos of me, but if you get all my chins, I'll kill you. So flattering ones only, please. I'm here visiting from London, where I work at Sling, which is a startup to pay people as easy as you text them. So look out for that.
Yeah, my name is Jonny. I do have a Twitter. I don't recommend following it. Nothing good ever happens there. And also, I did have a job up until recently, so let's not talk about that.
How recently?
Yesterday. I quit my job yesterday.
I'll clap for that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. But no, this is not about us. It's about, of course, you and our beautiful speakers. This first session will be a little of a British invasion. So we're from London. Our first two speakers from Meta, also from London. We are taking over. But before we get to the talks, we have a couple of pieces of information about the rest of the day.
So during the breaks and during the lunch period, we'll have expert panels, sort of like chill, hang out, ask questions vibes up on the mezzanine where the cool neon sign is, and there's like cool inflatable chairs. And yesterday after lunch there was beer, so maybe if you hang around you'll get a little treat. We have the schedule, so we have Johannes Schicklin on the first break, the whole team that's here from Meta during the lunch break, so you can go harass them with your feature requests. And then we have Ashoat, Arthur, and Vít at the last afternoon break. So like get a coffee, go chat to them, ask them their opinions, advice, whatever you want. Should be really cool.
And at the end of the day, we'll have another panel right here on stage, hosted by myself. If you do want to ask questions of the panel, of these people who are now behind us on the screen, please do scan this QR code, and you can submit questions, and we will pick all the good questions, and we will not ask any of the bad questions. So don't worry about asking the perfect question. If we hate it, don't worry, we're not going to ask it.
If you want your question to be accepted, bribe Jonny.
Yeah,
gets to decide.
Yes, I am very susceptible to flattery and actual money bribes, given that I'm unemployed
Compliments, snacks, especially if he's tired. But yeah, ask questions because all these people are going to talk to each other and to Jonny, and it should be an interesting sort of dynamic, fun time. But before I bring up my next speaker, how are we feeling, Krakow? So like 3 out of 10?
That was about a 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
Could we try like a maybe, I don't know, like a 5 out of 10? Can we do like a 5?
Like a
Can we do like a 5 out of 10 clap?
Mid-clap?
Yeah, mid-clap, come on. Give us a 5. Okay, and then we're going to introduce Nicola Corti, and maybe when he walks on stage, he could do like a 5. 6, maybe 7 even.
Do they know how to do a 7?
Do you know how to do a 7? Can we do like a clap at level 7? Okay, and then
Maybe
can
a
we,
little
like, maybe
stomp?
add some foot stomping, maybe at like bring it to an 8. Come on, no, you're not.
Or can anyone do the like big whistle with the where you do the thing?
Yeah.
Yeah! Heroes!
All right.
All right, so when we do the 10, I want you to do the whistles. This side, I want you to do some stomps. And this side, I want you to go woo, woo. Practice?
Great.
And everyone else clap. Ready?
Okay.
Please welcome Nicola Corti.
Awesome. So good morning, everyone. I'm super excited to be here to tell you a little bit of the work that me and my team have been doing over last year. So please welcome to 22, a year in review for React Native. Initially called this talk 22 because I thought like 2022, I'm going to show you 22 things we did. But actually, we did so much, and I have so little time, so I'm going to show more than 22. And so much content to cover, so let's jump straight into it. But first, mandatory slide about myself. My name is Nicola Corti. I work as an honor engineer in the React Native core team. You can find me online as Corti Nico, basically all over the places. So it will be impossible to talk about 2022 if we will not mention the new architecture. Last year, I was here on this same stage announcing how we were bringing the new architecture to the open source community. And I want to reiterate a couple of things. If today you were to go on the React Native website and go on the new architecture section, you will find a banner on top that says that the new architecture is experimental. And I want to reiterate on how the new architecture is still experimental. Last year, we collected so much feedback from library authors and app users that were trying the new architecture that allowed us to deliver so much improvements over the new architecture experience. Your feedback has been tremendous, and please keep on doing that as we reach stability and we bring this new experience to the whole React Native ecosystem. So whenever you see the experimental banner on top, that means that those things are still related to experimental features and the new architecture and so on. And so to talk about the new architecture, again, last year I was here. I was telling you how at Meta we initially started the new architecture in 2018, and we thought like this is going to be like a 6-month project. Not true. That took us 3 years, and I think we would have been fooled if we would have thought like that 1 year would have been enough to roll out the new architecture to the open source community. That's why like in 2022, we started sort of preparing the ecosystem and explaining those new concepts to the broader community. And yeah, so today I want to focus on this section, like what happened between 2022 and 2023, where we are now, and what's coming next. So let's roll back to the beginning of last year. The first release we released in 22 was 068. In case you missed it, this was quite of a milestone for us because it was the first version of React Native that had the new architecture opt-in. It was the first time the new architecture was easy to use with a one-liner that on Android is basically the new arch-enable property that you can switch from false to true, and on iOS is an environment variable on pod install. Even doing that was quite a lot of work for us because historically the new architecture was there already, I think since 66 or so, but enabling that was so complicated. So adapting the template and doing a lot of work to make it like possible as a one-liner was already a challenge. So this was in March. Now let's go a little bit ahead in the future and 069. So 69 was released in June, and that had another significant change, which was we realigned the React version in React Native to the latest stable of React, which is React 18. And React 18 is bringing like a lot of new things for us user, specifically concurrent React. That, as I explained in the past, and I want to reiterate, those concurrent features run only on the new architecture. So the whole point of the new architecture is like enabling you to run like concurrent React on mobile. Then 69 also had a significant change, which at first it was like controversial, like people didn't really understood it. And so it was called bundled Hermes. So since 69, we ship a version of Hermes together with React Native. And we call it bundled because basically we craft a version of the JavaScript engine that we know work for sure with a given version of React Native. That's why, for example, when you create a new vanilla project, you will have this banner on top that tells you like that the version of Hermes is Hermes for React Native 069. We did this change because at Meta, we have a team, which is the Hermes team, which is fully committed to supporting this engine, both for internal users and also for the open source community. And for us, like focusing on our own engine allows us to essentially focus all the energy on what we believe is important and make sure that we support users as best as possible. That's why in 070, which was released later in the year, we shipped Hermes as default. Hermes as default means that now we believe our engine is stable enough to be turned on by default. Users on 070 got this. Also, Hermes as default was enabled in the latest version of Expo. So we saw like tremendous adoption of Hermes. Most of the features that were missing have been implemented, and we're still like open to sort of hear your feedback on what Hermes is, why Hermes is not working for you. So please reach out and let us know. But Hermes as default brings a lot of improvements across the board. Specifically on startup time, we did tests with the Mattermost app, which is open source, and we noticed that on Android, the startup time is 51% faster, and on iOS, 63% faster. And you can see it like on the official blog post that we published on the website, how like just faster the Mattermost app is. We also have improvements on the memory consumption side of things. But it's worth calling out that, especially on iOS, there is like an IPA size increase of nearly 4 megabytes. We're doing our best to sort of like shelve off as many kilobytes as possible. And so like things will improve, but still we believe that Hermes brings a lot of value to your application at runtime. Still with 070, we shipped updates on modern languages, which we know folks in the community want to use. And so last year we took a closer look at this. The first modern language which we invested on that was improved in October was Kotlin. We added full support for Kotlin on the reactnative.dev website. So people that are like reading our documentation to write native modules and native components on Android, you will find that every Java snippet now has a Kotlin equivalent. And this was awesome because it was like community contributed. Like we asked the community like, hey, please help us improve the website, and we want to have Kotlin and Java side by side. And more to come in the future. If you check main of React Native, you will see that Kotlin is growing. And so there will be announcements and more opportunities in the future on how we are fully invested with Kotlin. We believe that the Android future for React Native is Kotlin first. Still on modern languages, and this allows me to talk about 071, which was probably one of the most well-received version of React Native from the last year. And the update here is on TypeScript. On TypeScript, well, now if you create a new vanilla app, you will see that the file is called app.tsx. So we updated the new app template to be fully TypeScript, like it's written in TypeScript effectively. Also, we updated TypeScript types, and now they're not inside definitely type anymore, but they live inside the React Native repo. This is quite of a also significant change because it allows developers to sort of make sure that those types are up to date because they live closer to the code where they belong. Also, the website has been updated to have examples in both TypeScript and vanilla JavaScript. Another major update that we shipped in 71 is web props. So to give you an example about it, if you have like a component that wraps an image like this one, and you will set the source in this way, like source, and then you need to specify the URI because source is an object and so on. This is not really familiar if you're coming from web. From web, you will use src, and you will do something like that. So we've been doing this effort to sort of reconvene the mobile props and the web props. OK. Why this stopped? Nice. Yeah, we added like a lot of props which are web first. Specifically, a lot of props on the accessibility side and props for image and text input. The idea behind these props is that those changes are all additive. So those are new props, and we have logic to decide which one of these props should take priority among the previous one. So if you're coming from web, it will generally be more familiar for you to sort of onboard on React Native, and also this allows for better interoperability if you're using a project that ships both on web and on mobile. Another significant change on 71 is Flexbox gap. And I hope Nick from my team is looking at this because he's been spending a lot of time on making Yoga better for all of us. So we know that Yoga was a little bit left behind by us and team at Meta, but is like integral part of the framework. So we believe that there is like a lot of value to be unleashed from Yoga. So that's why like this change was shipped. And if you missed what Flexbox gap is, let's say that you have like a layout like this one, and you have like 3 boxes that you want to render in this way. And you want to have like uniform margin all over the places of 10 pixels. OK, awesome. How do you do? Well, if you start adding margin on the first item, well, you're going to have a hard time because, yeah, you have this blue box there. But then you will have to handle all the non-uniform margins for all the other items, which is, yeah, really terrible. So on web, on CSS, you will have like gap, row gap, and column gap. And this was, yeah, again, quite hard to do on React Native. And trust me, it is also hard to do on Android, like native Android. So I'm glad that we were able to do that. And as I said, this is possible thanks to our commitment to Yoga. Yoga, again, is our layouting library, and we are investing quite a lot on that. There will be more updates to come also on the Yoga front. So today, you can just use yeah, a gap and basically set an outer margin and just control the gap. There is this red area here in the center, and makes layouting just easier to handle. Now I want to talk about a couple of changes which, as I was talking before, are related to the new architecture. And the first one that is closer to my heart is build speed, because I really love build tools, and I love when they are fast. So if you were to try the new architecture on 0.70 and on 0.71 for Android, you will notice that on 0.70, your build time, well, will be quite slow. Like, I tested it on a 0.70 project on my M1 Max, and that took me 10 minutes, 12 seconds to do a clean build for a React Native project new architecture. As you can imagine, that's not great. Like, new architecture is not going to fly if you have to wait 10 minutes to see your app rendering on phone. That's why for 71, we invested quite some time to move a lot of artifacts on Maven Central, and there has been a lot of work, and now I'm happy to share that a build on Android 71, new architecture on Android, takes 32 seconds, which it's so fast that allows me to run the build on console while I talk about it. And really, like, I'm super excited for this. This brings the new architecture experience on par with the old architecture, and I'm glad that we worked on those like foundational work, because you might wonder, like, okay, I use Expo, I don't use those stuff, like, I don't care, but this is foundational work. Like, Expo sits on top of those APIs, and you folks that are using Expo are also going to benefit from those changes that we did, because those are like the foundation of our framework, and we believe this was important to bring the new architecture to general audience. Still, this brings improvements also on the disk space side of things. So if we were to look on, again, on a project on 0.70, you will see that that will occupy, that was quite fat. So 12 gigabytes, not great. And this problem gets even worse if you have multiple projects all over the places. So on 71, this allowed us to reduce the disk footprint to just over 1 gigabyte. And the cool thing here is that artifacts are also downloaded once per machine. So if you have multiple projects on 0.71, you're going to download the React Native pre-builds only once. And all the projects are going to share that. And this just makes life way, way easier if you're having like a monorepo or multiple applications that you like need to orchestrate. Another change that we also shipped in 71 is the template cleanup. When we rolled out the new architecture in 68, we had to modify the template to expose a lot of APIs that were like not really well perceived. And they were like quite complicated for the people to understand. In 71, we took a lot of time to clean up the template on both Android and on iOS. And this is the diff of how the template looks like between 70 and 71. And you see a lot of red. And I'm removing the experimental banner here because, yes, this is for the new architecture, but this is the template that we create for any app. So even if you're not using the new architecture, you're going to have those files there. And you don't fully understand what those files are about. So much red means way, way cool stuff for all of us. Less code to maintain updates that are easier to do. Specifically, we also removed all the C++ code. So again, this is quite controversial because on one end, the new architecture allows you to write C++ only modules. So you're gonna like unleash all the performance of the underlying platform. But at the same time, I don't know how many web engineers want to have C++ code in their project. So we took a more flexible approach. So now we encapsulated away all the C++ code. We still allow you to sort of add C++ modules if you want to, but those files are not added there by default for everyone. So you're going to get like a crafted version of them, which is provided by the framework, and you don't need to handle them. You don't need to do any C++ code at all if you don't need to. 71 also brings a lot of updates on our downstream dependencies. And, well, a lot of them. Like, we basically took every tool that we depend on, and we sort of like bring it up to industry standard. And I want to spend actually a couple of seconds on these slides, because I believe that this really hit the points on what React Native is. Like, I personally like feel, I mean, I really like this framework, but the pressure that is coming from so many different tools going in different directions is really challenging. And I feel that our role as shepherd of React Native is sort of to shield users from all of those updates that are coming all over the places. So you don't need to know that AGP was updated to 7.4.2 because someone inside Meta took care of it for you. But what you need to know is that we are bringing our framework up to standard. So updating those versions allows you to benefit from all the security updates, all the new features that Google has been pushing, Gradle has been pushing, Apple has been pushing, and so on. So again, it's important to stay up to date with React Native version. Make sure you don't miss that. So other things that happened alongside 071 are more like on the community side of things. And I want to call them out because they were crucial to our evolution last year. The first one is the Core Contributor Summit that we had last year in the fall. This was amazing because we managed to touch base with developers that are like core contributors to our framework or library maintainers. And we had like 5 sessions over there. And from that Core Contributor Summit, we extracted ideas and projects that actually became production, like things that landed on main. And this is so unique, like really. This so much community intake in React Native hasn't really happened in the past, and I'm super excited to share it. Like that last year, we saw like a significant amount of RFCs coming from outside, which is the best way for you, for everyone, to contribute to the React Native ecosystem. So again, I want to reiterate on how we have this repository called Discussion and Proposals on GitHub, where you can submit your ideas and start an RFC. Specifically, I want to call out this one. This is from Lorenzo at Microsoft, and I'm super excited to share that like he came up with this idea of like fixing up our React Native monorepo, and this is landed. Like we understood the value of this RFC. This came from like a problem that was happening during the React Native releases, and it was making like things harder for us maintainers. And we took it inside, and we started working on it, and we delivered on that. And this allows me to give a little bit of a sneak peek on what's coming on React Native 72. Because I think it would be unfair if I will not like give you a sneak peek on what's next, especially given that RC3 got released yesterday, so we are so close to hitting this table. The first change that is happening, and this is a little bit like behind the scene but I still want to call it out, is what I was talking about, the RFC for the monorepo. So if you ever try to clone the React Native repo, like 6 months ago, you would have seen that things are a little bit complicated because we have a package.json at the top level that is both the monorepo and the React Native package you install. So before we publish that, we need to like strip away the monorepo, otherwise you will be getting the monorepo once you yarn install, which is not great. So a lot of this work was to move things from the root folder inside packages React Native. We also took a time to rescope a lot of packages. So if you are a library author, or if you depend on some internal packages of React Native, like Cogen or others, you will see that now all the packages are scoped at React Native / name of the package. That allows you to understand if that is a package that is coming from Meta, from the React Native repo, or not. And yeah, like, this work was insane. Like, sadly, Ruslan, the colleague that did this work, is not here because I would love to call him out, but like, it's not just moving files. Getting this stuff landed in a repo where like other companies are working on, like Microsoft, Expo, and which is mirrored inside, is a lot of work. And this is a testament to how committed we are to make our ecosystem better and make our space just better for everyone that wants also to contribute to React Native. A couple of other changes which are more like user-facing, which you might like enjoy, are first related to Maestro. And here, I don't want to spoil too much because Alex, my other colleague, is going to talk about it afterwards. So yeah, but there are a couple of experimental features. The first one is the package exports. And the second one is the enable symlinks. And well, you're going to have to clap again for Alex afterwards, because this was like issue #1 on Maestro and has been like long awaited. This allows you to use like more advanced package managers like PNPM and so on. And we're super excited to release these as unstable for now, so you can try it and give us feedback. And another change that we will be shipping in 0.72, and again, whenever you see those unstable prefix, it means that it's something that we want you to try and let us know if it works for you or not. This change that I'm talking about is the new architecture interoperability layer. So if you were to try the new architecture, specifically the new renderer, you will see that if you have a library that is not migrated to the new architecture, you will see something like that, like a red box that tells you like, hey, this component is not Fabric compatible yet. This is a bit of a bummer because you need all of your libraries to be migrated, and over the last year we engaged with a lot of library authors to let them migrate and have those libraries like reanimated and so on, which are new architecture compatible, but you might still have some libraries which are not. How do we handle this? Specifically if you are in a big organizations and you have like hundreds of components, you can't just migrate all of them before you can try the new architecture. Like, we really want you to try it and to report back. So now I'm excited to announce that you can go inside the CLI and register a component by providing the name of the component with these unstable React legacy component names. And you will be telling the renderer that that component, although it's not migrated to the new architecture, needs to be rendered regardless. And if you restart the app, it will look nice. This is really experimental in the sense that we re-implemented old APIs on top of the new architecture, which is challenging as technical implications, but we believe, like, we've been using this mechanism internally to roll out the new architecture on bigger apps, like the Facebook app, and we believe it's stable enough, but there are still edge cases where this mechanism will not work, especially if you do like advanced UI manipulations or measuring, and so on. We have this change both for Android and for iOS. And with this, well, 2022 was a year for us for collecting feedback and hear from you what you thought about the new architecture, hear from the library authors what was working and was not working. And again, let me reiterate on how your feedback was crucial for this. And Like, I really hope that you got the vibe on how committed we are on delivering like a more stable experience for React Native. I don't have much to share at this stage, but like we are here to collect feedback on what the new architecture means for you, if you tried it, if you haven't tried it, and how we can make it like a more stable and sustainable environment for us all. And I want to wrap on this slide, which again, for someone can be overwhelming. But as I said before, that's our role. Like, if you are a React Native developer, you probably dealt with these, like with libraries bumping all over the places, and ANRs, and C++ code that don't want to see it, and crashes, and packages that are not maintained, and so on. So I feel like that the role of the React Native team in this case is exactly this, like shield you away from these and deliver a stable React Native experience. And with this, I want to thank you very much for listening. Also, final note, as mentioned at the opening, we will be in the expert lounge at 1:30 p.m. We have a lot of people from both the React and the React Native team, the Maestro team. So please come over. Let us know if you have any feedback, if you have feature requests. We are here to listen to your feedback. And again, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Nicola. That was so great. Again, with the Flexbox Gap energy. I'm truly shocked. This is like the second time. I feel like I should have just talked about that the whole time, and everyone would have like lost their minds. When I say Flexbox, you say Gap. Flexbox. No, that's so nerdy, even for me. I'm a huge nerd. I'm really excited to continue the London-based MetaMate block of the day. We love a little themed block. We're going to talk about some cool stuff, a little Metro, a little other stuff. Are we excited? Of course, you can find all of these wonderful people at the Expert Lounge later, like Nicola said. So it is my great honor to introduce this next speaker. Very excited for this next talk. Please welcome Alex Hunt.
Thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Alex, and I'm a software engineer on the React Developer Experience team at Meta. Today, I'd like to talk to you about Metro, how it fits into React Native, recent new features in Metro, and what we're focusing on in 2023. So, we're the React Developer Experience team. We look after Metro and other React Native and React components, and we're predominantly based in London. Some good news. We grew significantly in 2022. As a long-time React Native user, getting to join this team really is an honor. I'm delighted to get to work alongside such wonderful and talented people on this amazing technology. In fact, many of the team are present in the audience today. Please say hi if you see us, and we'll be around for the community lounge later today. It might be useful to explain what developer experience is in a couple of ways. This is how our team sits in the React team supporting products at Meta. We're right between runtime capabilities, i.e. React Native's native components, the native framework, and release functions, which supports how we test and ship releases at Meta. For developer experience, we handle the end-to-end experience when using the React development toolchain. This encompasses Metro and FB Metro, which wraps Metro with an internal feature set. This covers the JavaScript toolchain, debugging, and React DevTools. In addition, we look after internal infra work and supporting our product teams at Meta. And this is roughly a 50-50 time split. This pie chart is a useful view just to understand that you won't be seeing work from all of the team members all of the time. Again, supporting internal tooling at Meta for our product teams. Then, for roughly the other half of the time, building and supporting our open source tools. With a bigger team focused on developer experience, let's put in context the value of Metro today and the principles we'll follow in investing in its future. So, Metro is the JavaScript build tool for React Native. At its core, Metro is a bundler. It's the tool used by Expo CLI and React Native CLI when compiling your application. It prepares your JavaScript code, dependencies, and assets to run in React Native, resolving imports between your JavaScript modules to compile an optimized JavaScript bundle for the target platform. As well as statically bundling, Metro is deeply integrated into the React Native development loop. Metro's runtime component supports fast refresh during development, giving developers instant feedback independent of the scale of the codebase. Metro incrementally serves source maps, so developers can instantly understand stack traces and where they appeared in source code. Metro also interfaces with the JavaScript engine on the device to support JavaScript debugging. So, it powers these core features of the React Native development experience built into React Native CLI and the Expo Dev Server. Metro is designed to be fast, scalable, and integrated. Metro is built for performance at epic scale. In addition to incremental and error-resistant fast refresh, one of the key reasons Metro scales is because of its architecture. Metro does work in parallel using workers and avoids, where possible, doing unnecessary work. Transformation is one of the most expensive operations, which we run in parallel. Metro transforms files individually and leaves the simplest work to the end. This happens hand in hand with module resolution before the very fast operation of serialization. Because module transformations happen per file, they're individually cacheable. This ability is important to enable scale. At Meta, we speed up teams working on the same project by reusing cache artifacts. This uses a remote cache, meaning local machines don't have to rebuild files that haven't changed relative to the main branch. What do we mean by epic scale? Meta's mobile codebase has roughly or greater than 300,000 JavaScript source files and 175 or more React Native app entry points running off the same Metro config. With our remote transform cache, we're able to achieve a roughly 4-second typical bundle request and 220 milliseconds typical fast refresh update. With our architecture, the speed that developers receive scales with changes and not with the size of the codebase. And we've also seen similar success stories in open source. Airbnb were able to achieve a roughly 55% reduction in average build time using Metro's layered transform cache over Webpack. Metro isn't just a bundler, it's from the React team. It's a development tool that's focused on React Native needs, and this will be an ongoing design goal. A case study here is fast refresh. This is a feature that rolled out first on React Native, before it existed on React Web internally. Metro was the in-house bundler where this feature could be built end-to-end and proven at scale, before being rolled out to users with a complete UX picture. We'll see another example of this later today with lazy bundling. We want Metro to continue doing all these things well. Metro is a vital component of every React Native app and serves some of the biggest React Native products out there, as well as our own apps at Meta. In the past, our team's focus was on internal use cases for Metro, and ensuring that React Native was a successful UI framework at Meta was our top priority. Since 2022, the Metro team at Meta grew, and this now allows us to focus more heavily on sharing the full benefits of Metro with the open source community. We absolutely recognize that there are open source features many of you have been waiting to see in Metro, which we couldn't prioritize when the team was smaller. In particular, around NPM compatibility features, because we weren't using these internally, it's taken time to prioritize these features with the smaller team we had before. For example, dynamic imports was something we already had a custom internal solution for, but was tied closely to Meta's tooling. And of course, not forgetting issue number one, symlinks. More on this later. So in the last year, we've been working to make this better. We want to build Metro in the open and with the React Native community. We've moved to a fortnightly release schedule. We are shipping improved docs with 4 new guides, deep dives, in 2022 and 2023. We're moving the features from FB Metro into open source Metro. And we're engaging with the community more and publishing public RFCs when we do so. In 2022, we've also been building up our relationships with existing partners. We've formed a bundler working group to restore participation by us and partners in developing Metro, understanding partner and community needs, and coordinating work. Along with building this relationship in the bundler working group, the Core Contributors Summit was a second turning point for re-engaging with the community. This event was hosted over 2 days by our friends at CoolStack last September at React Native EU. We decided to run 2 sessions to the Metro team to put ideas out in the open and get design feedback on features we were considering for Metro and the ecosystem. And we're extremely grateful for the conversations we had in the open that day. In particular with Microsoft, it's great to see another company using Metro with React Native at a similar scale. Microsoft have gone all in on React Native across several products. Specifically for our team, a huge win here is Microsoft's been bringing back the use of Metro across their projects. Microsoft's use cases on Windows have brought useful feedback and contributions for improving Metro's behavior on this platform. Our next kit is a community project that has used extension points in Metro to deliver functionality for Microsoft and the community when we've historically lacked the bandwidth. This has validated concepts such as symlinks, validating the real needs of users were there, and we can later pull these ideas into Metro. Next, Expo. We're happy to have built a very active collaboration with Expo, in particular motivated around performance, universal apps, and Expo Router. Together, we've worked on the design of new features and have supported Expo in becoming core contributors to the Metro codebase, shipping features like require context, web performance optimizations, and TypeScript import aliases. Metro is becoming the default bundler for universal Expo app development on all platforms, and we're committed to improving the bundling toolchain together. We also have new experimental features incoming, contributed by Expo, such as CSS support and the use of Metro on the server for static rendering of websites. Before going into the new features we've shipped and what we're planning for the future, I want to take a moment to talk about our overall vision for Metro and what we want Metro to be. Metro is the build system for React Native. We want to make it modern and fully web compatible so that you can use it to write truly universal apps. Metro is a scalable build system. It's fast and reliable, and it stays that way as your project grows and your team grows. We designed Metro specifically to work well with React Native and frameworks like Expo Router out of the box. The ability to deeply integrate with React Native gives Metro superpowers, and we'll see another example of this later. We're always looking to share more of what we've built around Metro at Meta with open source users. Our goal is to run the exact same version of Metro internally. We're building Metro to be ready for the future of React. As React continues to innovate on ways to build great user experiences, we'll continue to innovate on developer experience and in supporting the latest React features. Let's move into a highlight reel of some of the features we've shipped in 2022 and 2023 so far. From 2022 to now, we've brought back activity in the codebase. We've shipped 33 releases of Metro, which have included 52 distinct bug fixes, along with some features. The very first big feature from our strengthened partnerships is require context, and is the single largest external contribution in Metro to date. Require context is a feature originally available in Webpack, which Expo has contributed to Metro. This is an advanced feature typically used by frameworks, where you can require a directory of modules with an optional search pattern. And of course, it powers the new file-based routing in Expo Router. Require context fully supports Metro's incremental file system and dependency graph, meaning added and removed files can update Expo Router using fast refresh. Symlink support. Yes. We really appreciate Microsoft for kicking off the conversation of this in our X kit and providing a first implementation that solved the most common Symlink workflow for users. Trust us, we're very happy to finally tackle this issue directly in Metro. With Symlink support, Metro is now able to follow and track symbolic links to directories and files. What does this enable? Support for Symlink-based node modules layouts, which means we can now support newer package managers such as PNPM. Support for workspaces and monorepo setups. For the time being, for React Native template projects, this will still need corresponding changes for native dependencies, but we're working on this. Finally, support for linked packages, such as to temporarily override a dependency during development. We've worked hard to make the first-party support for symlinks in Metro fast and correct. Metro will follow multiple symlink hops, so long as they're inside the project watch folders. Symlinks are fully represented in Metro's in-memory file map and dependency graph. This means we have fast refresh on symlink changes. These changes are fully cacheable, and we have file existence checks at greater than 1 million ops per second. And symlinks under Metro is a feature we universally support on all desktop platforms, with or without Watchman. So, this feature is currently experimental, because we've yet to fully roll it out internally at Meta. Once we do, it will become stable. And also today, watch folders containing symlinks will still need to be specified. This is out really soon in React Native 0.72, and will be enabled by default targeting React Native 0.73. Next feature is package exports. Package exports is the modern spec for NPM packages to specify package entry points. It's supported in the Node.js runtime and by bundlers when resolving package paths. By supporting exports from React Natives, app developers should gain more compatibility with NPM packages out of the box in their projects. And this enables React Native package maintainers to make use of this format and its new capabilities. This is part of our commitment to improve the correctness and ecosystem compatibility of Metro. Let's quickly cover a couple of these new capabilities. The basic idea behind package exports is that packages can specify an explicit mapping of subpaths. This enables package encapsulation. A module matched by export subpaths can be imported externally, i.e. within your app, but anything not exported is not accessible outside the package. This format also allows aliases which point to an underlying file at a different path, meaning you can export alias subpaths and change the underlying file implementation later. Today, we've implemented package encapsulation as a warning to reduce friction in React Native projects, but do strongly recommend actioning all warnings if you encounter them. Second feature is conditional exports. This replaces what we've done in the past with the browser and React Native root fields and moves to a standardized approach where modules can be conditionally selected for the entry point or per subpath. For instance, Metro will now dynamically match the browser condition when the platform is web. As part of using this standardized spec, we sent a PR to Node to introduce the React Native community condition. This is available today and will enable all NPM packages to precisely target React Native apps under Metro and React Native 0.73. The development of package exports is a great example of reaching out for community input, as it's a feature that posed interesting design questions that would affect the whole React Native package ecosystem. So at last autumn's Core Contributors Summit at CoolStack, that's where we first pitched this feature. And we published a public RFC that had multiple feedback rounds as we iterated towards the solution we wanted. For more information on breaking changes and our migration guide for package maintainers, check out the new guide in the Metro docs. Now, let's take a look at what we're working on next. Again, this is a highlight reel of projects that we're working on and that we're happy to share publicly. Metro. We're building lazy bundling into Metro, currently in preview. This is another feature that we've been building in the open and brings an internal FB Metro feature to open source. In development, before your app can run, Metro has to compile your JavaScript code and deliver it to the device. When you have a large app with lots of screens, this means that you have more code, so it takes longer to compile all of it. As a result, you need to wait longer before you can actually work on your app. Lazy bundling is a new feature that lets Metro bundle just the screen you're working on, so no matter how big your app gets, it always starts up super fast in development. Behind the scenes, lazy bundling works by supporting the standard JavaScript dynamic import syntax and the React.lazy API, which now both work in React Native the same way they do in web. When Metro encounters an import call, for example inside React.lazy, it will stop bundling and generate a link to a separate bundle that the client can fetch lazily from Metro when the code is needed. Expo Router v2 supports lazy bundling out of the box with async routes. From React Native 0.73, lazy bundling will work out of the box for all apps. All you need to do is use a navigation framework that uses standard imports and React Lazy to tell Metro where the entry point to each screen is. SWC. As shared so far, Metro is already fast by design, particularly because we run the transformer in parallel and heavily use caching to avoid recompiling modules that haven't changed. This doesn't mean there isn't room for improvement, and we're open for integrating with other tools, even ones written in other languages, where the trade-offs fit. This project is around speeding up the transformer itself, so we're exploring the potential use of a fast compiler, which in particular could improve cold start times and build speeds in CI environments. SWC has been established as a strong alternative to Babel and is used in many web bundling tools. We want to align Metro with the shift in the industry to make it even easier to write React code that runs on all platforms. We're still in the research phase on this, but for most apps, we believe SWC should be a drop-in replacement. You'll always have the option to run your own custom Babel plugins and presets alongside SWC, but we believe most apps will end up not needing to run Babel at all. We believe that fast refresh, or incremental bundling, is one of Metro's most important features for developers to work fast in huge code bases. Metro draws inspiration from modern large-scale build systems like Buck, and was one of the first bundlers to bring these ideas into the JavaScript world. This gives us confidence that it's possible to create an incremental build system that's both fully correct and incredibly fast. Therefore, we've invested in getting the infra in the bundler that powers fast refresh to be correct, and even faster in some cases. Here's two big changes we're making towards this goal. Last year, we shipped a new cycle collection algorithm. We fixed a core bug affecting how we handle changes to modules that have circular dependencies. And we used the opportunity to rewrite the incremental build algorithm to be more resilient and easier to maintain. We now have our eyes set on absolute reliability for incremental bundling. This is powered by Metro's incremental file system, where in most cases today, fast refresh works really well. However, we've seen cases where it might not work completely. For example, on an npm reinstall that brings wide codebase changes. The aim with this project is to close the gap on tracking classes of change event that we haven't before. For example, modeling the set of potential files when you add or remove files with platform-specific extensions. Or module resolutions which are dependent on package.json rules, such as package exports. With this ongoing effort, we want to get into a place where you never have to restart Metro and never have to clear the cache. And excitingly, this could even enable us to cache the dependency graph as well for faster Metro starts. We believe that this level of incremental bundling correctness is an area where Metro is leading the way in the bundling ecosystem. We hear your input. There are many more features raised by users that we'd love to and will begin working on next. In particular, optimization features such as tree shaking and bundle splitting, and features for web, such as Webpack-style externals. So in addition to Metro, our larger developer experience team is beginning to tackle other problem spaces for React Native users. From the State of React Native survey, we've heard that users have identified React Native debugging as a key area of improvement, and we absolutely agree. The first small feature we've been able to ship towards this is the Google ignore list source map extension. This allows stack traces when viewed in Chrome DevTools to ignore files from frames that likely have no useful information. The Chrome DevTools team presented this feature in February this year, and we're glad to have been able to come back and implement it so soon. By default, we're going to hide stack traces from all node module sources, so they're collapsed by default, but can be expanded. This is going to help you see denser output and more useful output in your console logs. One-click Hermes debug is a feature to make debugging simple and delightful. Now you'll be able to click on one button to open Hermes in debugging in Chrome DevTools straight from the dev menu. We believe the Chrome Expector to be an all-in-one solution for 90% of use cases, and we'll be working with our partners to improve its feature set as a React Native debugger. You'll be hearing more about this from Cedric later today. And we'll similarly be enabling instant launch for React DevTools. One more feature is a pause breakpoint overlay. Right now, when you create a breakpoint and pause it in the debugger, the app will freeze without much indication of if the app is frozen. We plan to implement a very browser-like UI control above React Native apps to indicate that it's paused in the debugger. So, debugging is a common theme and something we're committed to investing in throughout 2023. Again, we're reaching out to multiple partners to form a debugging working group to make sure we're aligned on efforts, approaches, and standards going forward, and investing in this area together. So in summary, we're back. Our new team investment from 2022 enables us to work on long-standing issues in Metro where we didn't have capacity before. We want Metro to provide the best end-to-end developer experience for React Native, addressing feature gaps, always focused on epic scale, and we will keep innovating. And we're going to make that innovation in the open source code base and with our partners. Finally, we're looking at features beyond Metro to improve debugging, project setup, upgrading, and other areas of the React Native development experience. Oops. Sorry. Finally, we welcome contributors. We've started creating some good first issues on the repository, and would love you to get in touch if you want to help us build these features in the open. Most of the London team is here today to chat, both about Metro and wider DevX features. Thank you. Awesome.
You know, when I hear you guys clapping in the back room, I think the talk is over and I'm late. And so this talk was really hard for me because you guys clapped a lot. Give it up for Alex again and all the fun, exciting features. Which one was your favorite part? Any love for lazy bundling? Anyway, we have an expert panel during the coffee break. Johannes, who gave a talk yesterday about local first architecture, is going to be up there hanging out. Great topic. Go pick his brain on it, because it's really cool. If you also want to grab a coffee and come back, we'll show a live interview with Nate Wiener, one of our speakers from yesterday as well. So grab a coffee. Enjoy. No, you stop it.
In Krakow, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. People. In Krakow, every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players opened their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business, from small catering unit to internet startups. A few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport system, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each year. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world. As for instance, the Wawel Museum of Aviation, the only one of its kind in Poland. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is Małopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine, its restaurants offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow.
And if you want to become a Node.js developer that can build end-to-end applications, join our thriving community at nodejs.dev, and I'm going to help you master full-stack mobile development by building applications users love.
Welcome back to Studio Live. Today we have 4 guests lined up in between our talks. So our first guest is Nate Weinert. So hi, welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me.
And my new co-host for today is Kacper Kapuszczak.
Hello.
Okay, so you want to take the first question?
Yeah. So my first question for you is that yesterday talk, which was great by the way, you've introduced yourselves to the Tamagui core and Tamagui static, but you haven't had time to mention the component library part of Tamagui. Would you like to talk about something more about that?
Yeah, sure. I think what I wanted to talk about, I guess, 2 things about it that are interesting, I think. One is that we're really trying to have everything adapt to the platform. So you can have a custom look if you want, but then if you also want to have it feel native, you can have it adapt to the native elements. So for example, we have like a select component that on the web, if you give it this property called native, then it will actually use the native select element on the web. And then on native, there's not like an equivalent sort of like select of the same type, but what we have is this other component called adapt, and then you can have it adapt into a sheet. And so it has this sheet that will pop up, and the sheet, we have our own sheet element as well in Tamagui, so that's part of the UI kit as well. But then the sheet also takes this native property. So what's cool is that you can have this like native feeling select on the web, and then you adapt it to a sheet on native and give that a native property, and then actually you use a native, on iOS it's called like a modal, but basically it slides in as like a native element. So I think that's one thing that's kind of cool. I guess part of that maybe that's is kind of implied is that we're following a lot of the model that Radix uses, which is this kind of popular library where you have this idea of composable components. Basically, instead of just having like a button component, you have like a button, and then you have a button.icon and a button.text, and that lets you like really customize all the subparts of each element. So yeah, we're basically those are 2 of the cooler things, I think, the adapting and the native properties, and then also the composable component APIs.
So that's a great selling point for the component library for you.
Yeah, and I know that yesterday you mentioned 3 projects that we are working on, and we just were interested in like, how do you find time for it all?
Yeah, it's a great question. Partially, it's actually just because when I started on this project that Tamagui was born out of, it was actually just like a food discovery app that I wanted to build. And I had been doing a startup in the Bay Area for a long time, like 6 or 7 years. I had mostly wound it down and had just a little bit of money left over, basically, from that company, and was completely burnt out from doing, real work, so to speak. So I had this like year where I just was playing around with things, and so I was working on this app what Tamagui was born out of, and spent maybe like a year and a half working with just one other developer on that. And when I was running out of money for that, I had to get a job. And it was clear that I wasn't going to finish that app within like the next month or two when I needed to find a job. But I was like, I could probably split out this UI kit that is mostly complete at this point, and while I'm interviewing for something. So yeah, I spent the month while I was interviewing for jobs to just kind of like get Tamagui out the door. And then since then, it's just been, it's a fun project, it's just been kind of like my hobby, and it's kind of what I do, I guess, in my free time. But nowadays, I'm trying to kind of take it more official and have it be sustainable so that it survives on its own. So we've gotten a lot of sponsorships, which is cool. And so I think I have a lot of motivation now, just because there's a lot of people using it and community. And but yeah, certainly it takes up a lot of time.
Okay, all right. So thank you very much for joining us. And we will be back with the next talks at 11:30. So thank you again for joining us, and we'll see you around.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And if you want to become a Node.js developer that can build end-to-end applications, join our thriving community at nodejs.dev, and I'm going to help you master full-stack mobile development by building applications users love.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary guy, let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the hood out the hood out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came from one man, forget that piece. You take the west side, take out the east. I'ma put him in a cage, never let out the star.
I hear him chat to me noise, move too quick and start for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough but man's keep rocking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch now please use caution, 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 caution.
In Krakow, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture. Science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. People. In Krakow, every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players opened their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business, from small catering unit to internet startups. A few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport system, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each year. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world. As for instance, the Wawel Museum of Aviation, the only one of its kind in Poland. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage, but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is Małopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine, its restaurants offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow.
right, welcome back, everyone. I'm afraid somebody might have done a trick and switched the coffee to decaf, because that clap did not sound pro-caffeinated. But that's all right. I won't bother you with that anymore. Let's get this next block of talk started. First, from Expensify, we have Vít Horáček telling about how the company works with open source communities, and he'll tell you all about it. Everyone give it up for Vít.
Dzień dobry, App.js. What a great conference we had so far. Today, I would love to talk to you about Expensify and how we work with the open source community. We have built an open source community around our product to brainstorm and develop new features, push our roadmap ahead, and continuously catch and fix new bugs to achieve flawless experience for our customers. So I'm excited to tell you more about it. And without further ado, let me introduce myself. My name is Vít Horáček. I've been with Expensify for almost 2 years, and I started as an intern, and then I joined for a full stack, full-time position last summer after graduating. The open source program at Expensify started just around the time when I joined, so I've been involved with it from its early days, and I'm excited to tell you more about it today. But let's first talk about what Expensify is. I would dare to say most of you haven't heard about Expensify because our main market is in the United States. But we've been around for a while. We started around 2008, and since then we have grown to over 12 million users spanning across more than 100 countries. The company's main goal is to make expense management quick and easy task, which won't slow you down. I mean, conferences like these are a prime example of how much overhead it can be to keep all your receipts for travel, accommodation, and food, and so you can get your money back from your employer after the trip. Our current mobile application was first developed around 9 years ago, and it was built on an internal platform which had kind of similar idea as React Native. It was one JS code which was running on iOS and Android. Our pioneering feature, which is probably the most popular one, is a smart scan, where you can just easily take a picture of a receipt, and it will automatically read all the necessary data, and that's your job done. We also have a smart corporate credit card, which even further streamlines this process. The transactions made using this card are automatically categorized on the fly, and in this case, you might not even need to keep the receipt. But Expensify has many more features. However, there are only so many users we can get as an expense management tool, but our ambitions are way higher. We actually aim for 1 billion users. It's an outlandish goal, but we stood up to the challenge and asked ourselves how we can potentially get there. So to this point, we have perfected managing expenses. However, we have realized that if you zoom out, every expense entails a conversation. You collaborate in some shape or form. So this led us to the idea of Expensify Chat. We decided to take our first step towards 1 billion users and completely redesign our core app from scratch, this time revolving around the idea that every expense or every money transaction actually is just a conversation. Such approach, however, unlocks way more than company expenses. It extends easily to any kind of payment. You can split bills with your flatmates, you can request money from your friends, you can budget your personal spend. As a freelancer, for example, you can easily track your invoices in one place. You can also, it will save you a lot of time and stress at the end of the tax year. It was also a great opportunity for us to adopt modern front-end stack, which will support all our future needs. We strongly believe in the power of open source collaboration, so although it's not very common in the industry, we made the Expensify Chat open source from its early days. All the issues we face are not necessarily restricted only to us. Anyone using the technologies might also experience the same problems we have, and we can work together to fix them, not only for ourselves, but for the entire community. That's one of the reasons we chose to build the Expensify Chat using React Native. It's built by the community for the community. And this is in line with our values and makes us very excited to use React Native. Being able to build iOS, Android, web, and desktop app from one code base is very important for us. Now that we had the vision of product which can take us to 1 billion users, we were wondering how will we get the engineering capacity needed for such huge task. There are only 45 engineers in Expensify, and they also need to support all our 12 million customers which use our current app. How can we get to, how can we 10 times our engineering capacity in such a short period of time? Luckily, there is virtually a limitless pool of talent in the open source freelance community. All our client side is public, and basically all the packages we use are also open source. So if we face any bugs on the front end, they could be easily fixed by the community without any major involvement from internal engineers. But the problem is there is also many open source projects. So how do we make sure that people will actually be interested in working on Expensify Chat? Well, we had to make this entire process as easy as possible. It's very quick to, very easy to start contributing, and also you get paid. There are clear instructions how you can run the app, and we have a Slack channel into which you can get invited, or you will get invited, and it's easy to collaborate there, and you can report bugs there. We have a easy bug report template which you can follow, where you can write a reproduction steps. You write the platform you have faced, or you found the issue on, and ideally you also leave a screenshot or a video of the bug. Then our QA team goes through these bug reports, and they will see if they are valid, they are reproducible, and if they are not already logged on GitHub. If these bugs are valid, then they create GitHub issues, and contributors like you can look at the issues and try to propose their solutions to them. Then we go through the proposed solutions, we pick the best one, and this contributor gets to implement the fix. Once they implement it, they get paid. For each bug report, we offer $250, and for each bug fix starts at $1,000, but the price goes up by complexity, obviously. It took us many iterations to get this process dialed in. But now we are very happy to see that it can take even just a single day from the bug report to getting it fixed in our code base. But what I really love about the setup is that it's not only about our code base. We have so many bugs which are stemming from the packages we use, and whenever we face these, we really pay a lot of attention to try to get the contributors fix it upstream, because then the entire community can benefit from it, and they still get paid for their work. We also love automation, so I'm not sure if you're familiar with Upwork, but it's like a freelance platform for freelancers, and we post the jobs there. We have built a custom GitHub integration with them, so our team can just easily put a label on the GitHub issue, and it will automatically create the job on Upwork, so it speeds up the process for them. Another thing we have built is that you can change the price of the Upwork job by just changing the GitHub title. This speeds up the entire process a lot, and again, leaves more time for internal employees to work on roadmap issues, for example. Over time, some of the contributors stood out. They know the app from top to bottom. They worked on it a lot. They fixed important issues. And so we decided to create a contributor plus role. These people are extremely important for our community. They do a lot of work, and they speed up the entire code delivery process. They are in charge of reviewing the proposals from contributors on the bug fixes. They drive the discussion to find the best solution. Then they also review the PR and test it properly on all the platforms we support. It saves so much internal time, because then ideally the internal engineer can just come into the PR and check if the code is fine and everything was followed, and they can merge it, and we got a fix in. To recap on the bounties, the bug reports start at $250. Every bug fix starts at $1,000, but it can grow much larger with the complexity. We have also introduced a 50% urgency bonus, and it has shown that it really helped to drive the discussion faster, or complete and merge the PRs faster. It's when you merge the PR in less than 2 days from your proposal being accepted. Then you get 50% more of whatever the bounty was, so yeah, you can see. for example, for the Contributor Plus role, they get the same reward as the PR author. And to give example, the highest job we paid out was over $60,000, and it was actually a fix in React Native Core. And it was a guy from Turkmenistan who worked on it on a couple of months, and yeah, it got merged, and yeah, our highest job paid out. Now, please let me take a small step back. Managing an open source community is hard. I can imagine anyone who has ever tried to manage these kind of communities can confirm that. It's very easy that it can get noisy. There is a lot of back and forth, and it can also have a lot of conflicts or these kind of problems, especially for us, because obviously there are proposals to get a job, so there is money involved, so sometimes people can get a little bit frustrated if their proposal is not chosen. However, we really care about the community, and we want to make sure it can be a good job for anyone, any freelancer or any open source contributor who would like to make some money from it. So to kind of help us with the managing, we're also trying to embed the following values into the community. These 3 values are live rich, have fun, and save the world. They sound very ambitious, and I mean, they are ambitious, but I believe they give the community a robust structure and a good long-term goal to follow. To expand a little bit on these, you can think of it as a pyramid. At the bottom, you have a live rich layer. Make no mistake, this is not about getting paid well only. It's very subjective what living rich means to all of us. But for example, it's about having a flexible job where you can spend time with your family and you can spend time with your friends. It's also about having fair working conditions where you can get paid the same for the same work as anyone else does. It's about having teammates who respect you, and it's about having a community which is supportive. Also, the community assumes the best intentions, because there is a lot of conversations and dialogues happening in this community, and it's very important to always assume the best intentions from other people, because otherwise it can get messy. For some, living rich might mean to have a remote job. Expensify chat, or like working on Expensify chat, allows that quite easily, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. But we are working hard to make Expensify open source community so that it allows its members to live rich, whatever it is for you. Above the live rich base, you have a little bit narrower base, a little bit narrower layer of have fun. You can think about these as bucket list items, you know, more outlandish things which you can think of doing once you have this kind of base of living rich and you are happy at where you are. We hope to be able to do nice things with the community as well. And again, I'm going to talk about a little bit later. And at the top, you have the Save the World category. I think that with the bigger community of hundreds and at this point over 1,000 people, we can really make big changes to our communities. And using Expensify chat, it is, I think, a great way to help some campaigns which already are doing a great job, and we can just support them. I will share an example of such a campaign later in the talk. So, living rich, I'm gonna show a statistics from our program so far. It's been 2 years since our program exists, and we had paid out and completed over 3,600 jobs on Upwork. This translates to over $3 million, which we have paid to freelancers and open source contributors for not only working on our code base, but also working on upstream fixes in React Native Web, and many other packages which we use. In fact, just in 2022, we had hired 131 new hires from over 32 countries. It's amazing to see how quickly the community grown so global. And our Slack community channel has currently over 1,200 members, and new members are joining every day. And I hope to see a couple of people from this conference joining in coming days as well. So you might wonder if we have any concrete examples of how useful this program is for us as a company. So, I mean, it's obvious, but it saves a lot of internal engineering time, which is priceless. The amount of time the contributor plus and contributors save can be focused on roadmap features and supporting our current customers, which are our paying customers. And this is very valuable for our program. To manifest the power of the open source community, we have started Expensify Chat using a class components in React, because that was something our internal engineers have been most familiar with. However, this ship has sailed, and we have to move to a functional components and hooks. This could be a really big task for our engineering team if we would have to do it all internally. It would take us probably weeks, because we have to also focus on other things, and many weeks to be more exact. But we already created a plan how to do it with the community, and we estimate it might take just 2 weeks to change our entire code base to all functional and hooks, functional components and hooks. And this will all engage just like very little internal engineering time. Another similar example is migrating to TypeScript. Again, we made a plan for how to migrate, and once we start, we estimate it might take just like less than a month to the entire community. Maybe it's going to be way faster, but again, we will need very little engineering time to actually complete this. See, such massive projects would slow us down for a couple of weeks, and now we can execute it without even noticing. Now let's go on the having fun part. In March, we have organized our first ever all expenses paid conference called Expensicon X for our community. It was a week full of networking, making friends in Caribbean island Curacao, and we've been there with the best contributors from our community, the contributor plus who could have made it. We also had experts from the industry, like team from the Software Mention or CallStack people and Marginal team, and it was amazing to see their presentations and kind of get together in Curacao. It's the Marginal team. We had some React library maintainers over there as well, and yeah, we are excited to do another edition soon. So finally, we get to the Save the World part of the community. Expensify Chat is built around communities, and we also at Expensify have a Expensify org, which is a non-profit organization. And we are happy to support campaigns, especially for communities which are already doing a great job and in supporting their communities. So for example, there is one campaign which we plan to support, and we could call it as a Help a Kid. In the US, it's unfortunately common, or like it happens that some students cannot afford to buy necessary school materials. And in this case, there is a lot of teachers who pay out of their pocket for these materials to provide them to the students, because they want to make sure that their entire class can get a quality education. And we are thinking of building this inside of Expensify Chat, where these teachers could sign up, they get their principals to get involved, because the principal will be the one who is approving the receipts and making sure that they are legitimate. And then we're using the Expensify org funds, we're going to refund 50% of their price. Again, we're trying to find campaigns which are already doing a good job, and we're going to support them with like 50% of the cost. This is just one of the campaigns we are thinking about, and we're going to launch it in the Expensify Chat, hopefully later this year. And it will be great to see freelancers and the community to help build it with us. Another example, which, I mean, this is different angle and looking at the Save the World, but I believe that open source shares a lot of values with the Save the World kind of idea as well, because it's a lot of people who are doing volunteering job, like they do it for free, just because they are passionate about it and they believe that these tools could be used for good things. And that's why we love to support open source. And for example, as we want to migrate the new architecture you heard about earlier today, we have teamed up with Software Mention to move all the packages we use to support Fabric and Turbo modules. And so great job for Jakub Jasecki and Wojciech, who have, this is just some of them. This is just some of the packages they help to migrate. Not all of them are merged upstream, but we hope that we can get it done soon, and then we can run the Expensify chat on the new architecture. And yeah. So if you would like to, I encourage you to join our community or check it out and join the Slack channel. Download the Expensify chat and play around. Maybe you will see some bug. You can report it and get paid. And what I would like to also encourage is some other companies to maybe take the brave step and also build their software in open source. It's definitely been a step to the unknown, and we didn't know how it's going to turn out or whether it's actually going to be useful. But after these 2 years, I can definitely say it saved us so much time, and it's great to work with the open source community of developers like you. Yeah, I believe that the more companies which would open source their software, the faster we can move the React Native community, because there's going to be more pressure on fixing the actual bugs which are in production apps, and we can all move forward faster. Okay. Please, if you want, can you scan this QR code? It will lead you to the Expensify chat QA room, where you can ask me any questions about the app or about the open source program. And I'm also going to be at the Expert Lounge at 4 p.m., I believe. And you can find more on the expensify.com/freelance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Vít. Thank you for that talk. Let's keep the show rolling. I'm going to invite our next speaker to set up over here. Next up, we have Cedric van Putten from Expo, and he'll be talking to us about how debugging should be easier, which I personally agree with, and I don't think anybody here could really disagree with. So I think he's got a slam dunk of a talk on his hands. And as soon as he's set up, we are going to give a big hand for Cedric.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Cedric, and I'm a software engineer at Expo. Today, I want to talk a bit about debugging. Now, why do I want to talk a bit about debugging? Well, you guys, rightfully so, complained about the biggest pain points in the React Native survey of 2022, I believe. You all voiced your opinions about upgrading being really, really tough. Now, luckily for you, we already fixed that, kinda, with config plugin and pre-build. The number 2 biggest pain points turned out to be debugging. So let's take a look why. And before we're going to dive into some debugging stuff, let's talk about an app. So this is my really, really simple to-do app. It basically keeps track of all my tasks that I still need to do at Expo. It's powered by a super simple flat list. So it loads all the to-dos that I have loaded in the app. It renders every item in a to-do card, and that's pretty much it. The data is coming from a prefetched API call, where we just use it in a hook and then pass it on to the flat list. Now, this is great in terms of simplicity. What it doesn't do great is, if you're like me and keep adding new to-do items to your app, it will push out all the existing items to the bottom and out of view. So you know what they say about that, right? Out of sight, out of mind. So let's try to flip that. So instead of creating new to-dos on the top, we're creating a new to-do on the bottom. Now, for that, we, of course, need to change the result from the API to flip it. But we also need to change the flat list a bit. And there are some ways you can implement this. Let's go for the more adventurous approach. So in here, we've added a new list ref to programmatically control the flat list. It's fairly simple. I mean, most of you should already know this. But if you don't, go to the docs. And then whenever the screen is opened, we just scroll the whole flat list to the bottom, meaning that whenever you open this screen, you will get confronted with everything you still need to do. Great for me. Unfortunately, when making this feature, our app is crashing. So we just introduced a bug, and we have no idea yet where to begin. But let's debug this together. So luckily for you, even though the debugging part was one of the biggest failures in React Native, you still have some ways to actually debug. Let's start with the first one, the OG debug remote.js. So with this function that you can enable in the dev menu in your app, you will open the browser. And what this does is basically moving all the JavaScript execution to your browser. Now, the concept is great, because you can reuse whatever development tools you have in your Chrome or in any browser, but the implementation lacks a bit. If you're working on anything related to network and you have a network race condition, you change the environment that much by moving from a mobile internet connection to a stable cabled internet connection, so you probably won't be able to trace that bug. And of course, with Hermes being the default, we can't just move the whole JS execution context to another thing on your network, so we have to keep that synchronously. So this is not going to be an option for us. What's next? Well, luckily, we're kind of making an app, right? So we have tools like Xcode or Ender Studio, and they are super great in giving us insights in things like the native layer. In here, we can basically visualize all the layers that we're rendering in our app. And you cannot get this anywhere else except Xcode or Android Studio. Fortunately, there are some things that it doesn't do great. For example, our issue probably lies within the JavaScript context. And it just gives us a really, really big blob of stack traces. Now, we're not a computer, so we don't really want to read through all of that. So it's not a perfect tool for our use case. Now, moving on, what is left? Well, tools like Flipper can give you very good insights into various aspects of your app, including the React Dev tools, all the way to the network inspector, but also the logs. Unfortunately, it's pretty much the same thing as Xcode, except it's colored red now, as you can see. So it's also not a perfect tool for us. So that wasn't great. There are a couple of things that kind of work, but they were not really great for our use case. So the debug.js remotely didn't even work for us. Native tooling is great, but not for our use case. And then there is this thing, Flipper. Everybody has its own experience with Flipper, and I don't want to talk a bit too much about that, but if you want to have an overview of why their Flipper isn't super great in most of the things, I encourage you to engage in the React Native Discussions and Proposal 641, which was released by a previous speaker, Alex Hunt. And I will encourage you to read it and engage in it, because we need your input. So is that it? Is that everything we can do in React Native? Well, let's take a step back. And instead of basically looking into the React Native side, let's see how people in the React community are debugging. So, in other words, let's take a look at web debugging. With web, you can go to any website. You can right-click on pretty much any page or area in the page, and you can select the inspector. This will open up the inspector, which is a wild tool that has a lot of functionality at your disposal, all the way from executing small snippets in the console to the network inspector. You can even benchmark a few things like Profiler, or just try and view the source. Now, this is great, and this is a very mature tool. It also just doesn't work in one browser. It actually works in all of them. Not even browsers, even tools like Node.js, or you can even replace the inspector with other specific tooling like VS Code. So this all works together in something I would like to call the inspector protocol. There are various names on the internet, so it's not the exact name, but it's a great summarization. And how can we find a way to leverage that actually into the React Native world? And for that, we need to take a closer look at the Node.js. They actually implemented the inspector through the inspector flag. And luckily for us, the Hermes team is actually already incrementally adopting it. And more features will be added later on, as Alex Hunt also mentioned. Now, how do we use that right now in React Native? In order to do so, you can go to any inspect page in your browser. Then you will need to point that to your local Metro instance. So in here, I just type localhost on port 8081. That will allow us to inspect the target. Then if you connect your app, new inspector targets will pop up. Each of one of them will be inspectable and will result in the inspector. Now, this is actually connected not just to your computer, this is directly connected to your app instead. So there will be no delay, and there will be no differences in a test environment. It's literally a perfect tool to try out. Unfortunately, we're still missing a couple of very, very important features, such as the network inspector. They are not here. So at Expo, we basically started thinking, what could we do to help that? Well, with Expo, you can start any project with the Expo start command. And I'm showing the dev client here because right now we only support this with the dev client. But once you open it and Metro starts, you will get options like Open Debugger. Now, this is something interesting because once you connect your app to it, you will actually get access to the debugger by just pressing J. Now, this does seem exactly like the same as we just saw. So let's take a look. Once we open the inspector, we have, again, our very poorly stacked trace with a lot of logging, which we don't want to read. But we also have some more tools here. So in here, I'm trying to catch the exception that is being thrown in our app. Now, because Expo Router automatically catches pretty much any exception in the page, we need to enable pause on call exception. Once we re-trigger that exception, we have our call stack, which is fully interactable on the right. So in here, I'm just clicking through some of the call stacks, and I figured out that's the exception source. So what should we do next? Well, we don't really want to inspect after the error occurred. We want to inspect just before that. Let's add a breakpoint and basically re-trigger the whole system and see what's going on. So once I add a breakpoint, and once I basically re-trigger the issue, we will get something like this. In here, we can see some things already. But in here on the right, we can have full access to the scope. This scope is literally the current state of your app with all the variables in there. So let's try to inspect them. Of course, you can check the current list ref, but also we can check a few other things, like what are the current to-do list items. And as you can see, there's something weird going on. I always have things to do, but here we can see that the to-dos array is literally empty. So that's probably related to some SQL query where we changed the order just now. Now, I will fix that later. Let's focus first on the exception. So before we want to fix it, we first have to confirm that this is likely the issue. So in here, I can go to the console. I can basically type whatever I want, and I can also invoke the function. Now, when I invoke this function, it should actually show the exception right there. And as you can see, it's there. And since it's related to the range index, we can validate that it's probably the to-do list items. But first, again, let's fix this exception. Now, going back to the code, we can make a few modifications, basically this, where we just don't scroll to end whenever there are no to-dos. This will avoid the exception. It's not the best fix, but at least it won't crash the app. Now, adding that will get us back to a non-crashing app. But we're still missing all my to-dos, so I still have no use for this app until that's fixed. So let's open the network. Let's open the debugger again. In here, we can go to the network tab, and we can actually inspect all requests and responses going on within your app. Now, as you can see, it's literally empty. So let me fix that real quick. Now, by just reloading the app, we can see that the request is happening again, and we can see some more data over here. In here, you can pretty much inspect any request, preview the responses, check the headers, do whatever you need to, even double-click to execute the request again, but in your browser. So it's pretty useful. It's pretty helpful. Now, just like that, we can actually fix our whole app and get back to a working state just by pressing J, going through the debugger, and just going step by step through the whole process. Now, what we just did was inspecting or debugging the code, but we also had to switch to the actual code editor itself. Wouldn't it be fun if we could debug while we're coding, so you don't have to switch anymore? Introducing VS Code Expo version 1, the first stable version. Wait for it. The first stable version where we can actually go to the call stack, which is fully unsource mapified, or however you want to call it. In here, you can actually see the exact references from the actual source code that is not bundled. I mean, it is bundled, but it's also translated back to the real files. Going further, you can actually add the breakpoints directly in your editor, and even at the top, you can control what breakpoints should execute next. Now, even besides that, you even have access to the debug console, which allows you to execute the code directly in your phone while the app is frozen. All of this makes it very easy to actually debug in your editor. Now, when can you actually use this? You can use this with the latest Expo SDK 48 right now. It's highly experimental, but it is possible. So if you want to try it, you have to use the latest Expo Dev client. You have to use the Expo build properties. Then you have to opt in on a native side to use the actual inspector. You can do that by using the unstable network inspector flag. After that, you can rebuild your app and use another feature flag, which is Expo use custom inspector proxy, to enable the network inspector. Now, this is all great. The SDK 49 dev clients will have this enabled by default out of the box. And there are some fun things with this as well. Because we have adopted a wild, mature system of debugging tools, we actually have a lot of things for free, such as enhanced logging, where we could style our logs with CSS. We can use console.table, or even console.group, console.time, and so much more. So finally, at Expo, we believe that debugging should now be easier with all these changes. Follow me on Twitter if you want to talk a bit more about debugging or to get updates about that. Find me around here or even Blue Sky. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Cedric. Let's keep this show rolling. I would like to invite our next speaker, Wojtek Stanisz, to the stage. Wojtek will be talking. Oh, please, save your applause. Oh, okay, fine. Wojtek, can you hear how excited these people are for your talk? I have not heard this level of excitement here all day. This is going to be great. Wojtek will be talking about animations, motions, and how to make your React Native app stand out. And he works at Software Mansion, so I'm assuming there's going to be some reanimated things involved here. Are we ready? Hello. So this is awkward. Does anybody know any good jokes? No, me neither. Okay, so now I will do my, oh no, oh, thank you. I was just about to do my one-man act of William Faulkner. But anyway, we're ready to go. Give it up for Wojtek.
Hi, I'm Wojtek. I work at Software Mansion for almost 5 years now. And during that time, I was lucky enough to work on numerous features that only sole purpose was to making apps nicer and being overall just a better experience. And from making those animations, to little features that improve performance, I gather some knowledge, and I want to share this knowledge with you today to answer the questions how to make your app stand out. But first, I want to emphasize that I believe small features and improvements can really make significant difference. While it may not be immediately or noticeable, certain apps are more user-friendly and offer more enjoyable experience than the others. And it's not without a reason. Adding haptic feedback, nice press animation, or smooth transitions between splash screen and the actual content of the app really can make all the difference. But first, I would like to talk about animations overall, because before we start to create, it's best to know your tools. And yes, the obvious answer should be here, just use Reanimated and whatever. But Reanimated is a powerful engine, and you need to select the things you're going to use responsibly. I don't know how familiar you are with the whole Reanimated library, but right now we only need the basic knowledge. We need to know there are two main ways to move stuff around the screen. First is with timing, function that animates values on predetermined curves. And the second one is with spring, that moves things around based on spring-like movement. And the only thing we can really control is the specification of that spring. And I don't want to say I'm lazy or anything, but let's say I heavily prefer the with timing. Why? Because with timing is predictable, easy to customize, easy to understand. Just look at the props we got in the documentation and see that, yeah, we got the duration. If we want your animation to be longer, we can change that. We got easing if we want to change how the animation looks, and it's great. But unfortunately, with Spring, it's not that easy to understand, because the only thing we control is the specification of the spring. It's hard to exactly get the desired outcome. It's how to predict how it will behave from code only. Just looking at the props, it's like it's damping, yeah, mass, stiffness that had default to 100 for some reason. Those strange things that I don't even know what they do. And if you change mass to 10 and damping to 11, what will happen? Like, nobody really knows, just straight from the head. But when I started using both of them, I realized that even if with timing is a great to animate opacity or animations between screens, it also can create effects that look stiff, maybe a little out of place, while with Spring, it's more suitable to animate things that should have some mass, to behave like actual physical objects. And just look at the simple example I created. This animation was created fully with timing, and it's serving a purpose. It's clear and easy, but when we use with Spring-based animations, it really starts to shine. You can actually see the mass, the difficulty of the stopping the physical object in place after movement. And just looking at those simple examples, I think even if both are similar, in side-to-side comparison, Spring provides more natural movement. So when we come back to the question, which one should you use? The answer can be only yes. It depends. Like, you have to think what you want to achieve and decide consciously, not just taking easy route, just like I did, and creating everything with timing because it's easy. And it's no better time to try it out for yourself, because with the new reanimated docs, you can actually see live examples of how the animation will look like. And it's great learning tool. We can finally see what the mass actually do, what will happen when I decrease the stiffness. You can see the difference. And talking about the difference, I always liked to see the views I create in React Native apps a little differently. Not only as a 2D images and text, but as a planes in a 3D space. Like, even the developer tools and Xcode, you have an option to see 3D hierarchy of views you are actually working on dynamic 3-dimensional space. It helps to understand a lot of problems you haven't seen before. And using transform rotations together with a perspective can really give you so much more artistic freedom, and just knowing it's possible make you more confident in creating some unique designs. Let's see how adding rotation affected example from before. And I created something like this. Look how much lively it is. It's sparkling with joy. While it can be a little over the top, okay, it's eye-catching, and it having a charm and character. Something we couldn't, unfortunately, say about the simple animation created with timing. It was serving a purpose, yeah, but it was a tool. Now it has its own expression. And I don't want to say that I want you to make animations like that all over your app. That would be simply dreadful. But when something good happened, like once a month or something like that, such animation will surely help to elevate this moment. And you can ask yourself a question, can you break something like this? How far can I push 3D transformations because apps start to break? In the end, those are just regular views, and we not often see some sophisticated transforms based on them. And I checked it out, and after I created simple Game Boy Advance style racing game based on only transforms in real. I think it was a good place to stop. Like, I will never need something such complicated in my life. So now I only feel artistic freedom of using transformations, and I encourage you to transform your views without the fear of something's breaking along the way. You have my seal of approval. And if you are still not sure how to use this effect, I go more in depth in a series of posts I wrote on Medium some time ago, where I explain how to make a card game in React Native using 3D transformations. And wait, we talked about using views and how I see them as a planes in a 3D space, so there is no easy way back. Let's talk about real, actual 3D models. And since you probably heard Krzysiek's last talk yesterday about 3D, I don't want to repeat how Reanimated starts to support 3D and how we are ready to have models in our apps. But just overall summary of the talk was that React Native is ready. And I ask the questions, are we ready? And here I want to tell you a very short story of me creating a 3D content. And it's really a story of being afraid. First, I was afraid of the 3D software like Blender or 3D Max. I always feared those hundreds of icons in the billions of menus that do hundreds of things I don't really understand. It overwhelms me. Like, it's a great software, but I don't get it. And from a developer point of view, I was afraid about performance, how different devices will handle 3D rendering. There are 3D games on phones, yeah, for sure, but 3D in a mobile app additionally created with React Native, it's totally a different story. And I have to be honest here, I didn't want to touch a topic I don't have really experience with. So, as a part of a preparation to this talk, I created a whole page based on 3D models just to see how bad it really is. And I have to tell you, it was not only better than I anticipated, it was a blast. It was a super fun experience. Overall feedback was overwhelmingly positive. And I don't mean I got magically good at it. No, my skills are way below average. I created my models from simple cubes. I created my textures in Microsoft Paint. So I look a potato. My car looks like it was chopped out wood, straight from some deepest nightmares. But 3D is such a novelty, and being able to play with it even for a little while is so much fun. You just have to try it out. And it made me realize one thing, that maybe the most important thing. It doesn't matter how detailed your models are, but the context they are used in. If they are not the only sole purpose for the app to exist, it's okay for them not to be perfect. And if they're just toys, the small little features, just having them is fun enough to go an extra mile to implement them. And if you don't believe me, you can go to voitus7.fun and see the results for yourself anytime. Oh, and 3D also gives you a reason and opportunity to create some absurd features and experiences. For example, I created the most useless footer around the world, I believe, and I'm proud of it. Just you tap the button on the top and just like, poof. Yes, those boxes are, of course, clickable links, just to be clear here. And but if you don't want to go into 3D, it's absolutely okay. It's reasonable. But we got to a lot of wonderful libraries at our disposal. And one of the most fun and crazy libraries out there is the React Native implementation of 2D Box. The very same physics engine that was used to create, for example, Angry Birds. And you got an example created by Tomek in reanimated example app, so you can check it out even today. And yes, when you think about it, it seems kind of useless and mostly a gimmick, yeah, for sure. But everything you create with such solution is new and fresh. And just imagine the first React Native shopping list application that you have actual physical objects falling into the cart after you purchase a real item. That would be simply awesome, even if the app is super simple at its core. And yes, I want to worship those small features, those little improvements. And one piece of hardware is especially good to make those experiences. But I believe it got a really bad reputation. I'm talking about sensors. And when I think about gyroscope and accelerometer before my eyes, I always get those old cliche games. Those games where you roll a ball to get out of the maze, or You steer a car by pretending it's a steering wheel and rotating the phone like a maniac. Yes, I hate those things, and I turn them off the second I realize they are on. But when I first got my hands on used sensor from Reanimated, I realized that sensors can be used in much better, more gentle way to create small features that when noticed, made user realize, someone's actually really care about this app. And one of my favorite examples of using sensor is to use it together with gradients, to smoothly move from one color to another as the phone changes position, or to add reflection to this internal currency that you have in your app to make it shine when the phone is in a perfect position. And I would like to encourage you to add sensor functionality to your app in this calm, distinct way. And yeah, I think that's it for today. I would like to speak to you a little longer, but because you can create like so much more, but you probably have enough of my rambling already. So as a word of ending, I just wanted to summarize this whole talk in one sentence. Just think outside the box, experiment, and find this little amount of time to implement those features that you have already in the back of your head. And that will surely help your app to stand out. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much, Wojtek. That was a great talk. I would love to see more apps that do that flippy thing. That would be cool. I'd like to see that. But now we're going to move sort of lower on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Instead of delights and enjoyment, we're going to talk about safety. And this is the most dangerous slot that any conference speaker will ever have to do, the one just before lunch. But I hope that he will be able to keep your attention and you can give our next speaker a great big welcome in just a moment, as soon as we have our tech set up. All right, everyone give it up for Simon Sturmer.
Everyone, good to be here. Good to be here at App.js to talk to you about the long tail of type safety. So I'm Simon. I'm a software engineer. I'm a founder. I live in the Bay Area. I've been at a bunch of big tech companies. I've built a lot of things in React Native. And in this particular case, though, I'm going to talk to you more about TypeScript than about React Native. And so a lot of folks use TypeScript, right? Especially React engineers, React Native engineers. And TypeScript is great. We get a lot of confidence in our code. We get worry-free refactoring. We get nice autocomplete in our editor. And ideally, we get fewer runtime exceptions, right? The idea, or the dream, is that we never have to see this again. We never have to see an uncaught exception. Undefined is not a function is kind of a famous one, but really any uncaught exception in our browser console, in our production code. And so the thing is, though, TypeScript is not, out of the box anyway, right, is not type safe. And what I mean by that isn't just that there are some escape hatches, which there are, right? It's not just that you can use things like any and make it not type safe, but even with all of the strictest options turned on, even if you don't use the escape hatches, it's really not a sound type system. It's not fully sound. And I'll use this example to sort of illustrate that. And this looks pretty safe, right? So here we have an array of strings, and we're going to have we're going to create a variable with a type that says, okay, here we have an array that can take string or number, and we're going to assign an array of strings to it. Since string can fit into that array just fine, seems legit, right? But we have to remember that JavaScript is mutable, or arrays are mutable in JavaScript. So as soon as we push something onto that array, we now have a number in our strings array, which is not type safe. And that, of course, could blow up at runtime. And TypeScript won't catch this, right? TypeScript doesn't really have any opinion about this code. It's totally fine. This passes. And you might think to yourself, this is really an edge case that I don't need to care about, right? Like, I mean, who does this sort of stuff? And if you do, maybe you deserve a runtime exception. But no, that's not true. I think the reason I show that example really isn't just because it's some edge case that I think you need to like lose sleep over. It's because there's a fundamental design choice that is illustrated by this, right? And it's that TypeScript really intends to be pragmatic over being sound. Like, TypeScript doesn't claim to be sound. It doesn't, it's not a core design decision of the language to be perfectly flawless in terms of type safety. But we're all here to learn about type safety, so we want to maximize type safety. We want to get a little bit more soundness out of TypeScript, at least as much as is reasonable, as much as possible. And why? Well, for all the reasons that we looked at earlier, right? We want that confidence in our code, and of course, most importantly, we want fewer runtime exceptions. So where does TypeScript fall short? Where can we kind of pick things up and get and kind of squeeze more type safety out of the type system? So TypeScript is not null safe out of the box, which is unfortunate, but we can get most of the way there. It is there's a lot of, I call them escape hatches, but there's a lot of ways to kind of do things that you shouldn't be doing, right? Type assertion is a good example, using the word as. And of course, as const is good, but every other type of as is not good, generally speaking. And there's no built-in mechanisms really for validating data that comes from outside of your code, right? Data that TypeScript can't possibly know about because it doesn't exist at compile time. So what can we do about it? Well, I've kind of put it into broadly 4 categories, right? So we can tweak our config, we can get better, we can use lint to try to avoid some of the bad things that we probably shouldn't be doing. We can do some stuff with global types that I'll show you in a minute, and we can do some stuff around the I/O boundaries, which I think is really important. So start with the easy stuff, stricter config. I think the first one here is a no-brainer. Strict is true, and what does that mean? That's a flag that will turn on a whole family of strict mode options, and it's all of these things that I don't think you need to care individually about these, right? You just turn on strict mode, and you get all of these strictness rules, which is great. But the second one on this list here, the no unchecked index access, I think is really important. And so, to put it in someone else's words, no unchecked index access is the most awesome config option that you've never heard of, right? And it's a little unfortunate that it is very rarely used. It's been around for a few years, but I'll show you an example of what is this strictness rule and maybe why you should turn it on. So most of you could look at this code and be like, well, that's going to fail, right? That's going to blow up in production. And TypeScript is like, nope, that checks out. You told me you have an array of strings. We can call to uppercase on a string. No issue there. And this is kind of the object variant of that, right? It's like, here's a record that has strings in it, so TypeScript will let this fly. And we want to turn on the no unchecked index access, typically just to kind of make sure that stuff like this doesn't creep into our code base. And I'll use a sort of anecdotal example. And so this top line is real code that I saw in a code base, and I'm doing the code review, and I was like, well, why would we use .filter and then use and then get element 0 when we have .find? And it turns out the response was, oh, because .find might return undefined, but the first one will not return undefined. And so that is unfortunately not the case. But TypeScript will allow you to do it, right? TypeScript will let you get away with the first one and say, yep, for sure that's going to be a user coming out of there. So we don't want stuff like this in our code, so we can get the rules a little stricter. Okay, lint rules. Why are we talking about linting at a TypeScript talk? Because TypeScript has escape hatches. And some of the escape hatches are really useful, right? They're things that we want to use, that we need sometimes, right? There's certain times where just like you have to bail out of the type checker. But arguably, you shouldn't reach for them unless you really need it. And so we can use lint rules to help us, prevent us from using some of these escape hatches, right? Using any is kind of the obvious one, right? Everybody kind of knows any is bad. We have unknown, which is the type safe variant of that. Type assertions, I think folks, especially more junior engineers, don't realize that a type assertion, when you say like X as user, doesn't convert anything to a user, right? It's really just telling the type system, hey, I'm going to override your opinion about this and tell you what this thing should be. Non-null assertion, you might not have heard of this one, and if you haven't, great, because it's a little bit type unsafe and probably good to avoid. And then we have these kind of strange types that you don't see super often, but like function with a capital F. If you type a function as function with a capital F, it'll let you do things that you probably shouldn't be doing. We have better types to do that. So that's where our linting tools come in, and we can it's really easy. We pull in TypeScript ESLint, which I'm sure many of you have in your code base, and you turn on the recommended config, or if you're brave, you turn on the strict preset, and you're off to the races, right? These are the low-hanging fruit, right? This is not crazy, complicated stuff, and then you get the warnings, and it says, don't use any. Now, you can still manually override that. You can disable that if you really need the escape hatch. But I think as a whole, it helps us with our goal, which is to make sure that we have strictness, type safety as a priority in our code base, right? Or the non-null assertion operator, again, like we don't want to be using that. So, okay, better global types. So this is interesting, I think. Typically, you'll see code like this, and TypeScript won't complain because TypeScript doesn't know what came out of JSON.parse, right? It has no idea. And we could try to tell it that, hey, this is an object of a particular shape, but out of the box, JSON.parse will return any. And as we learned, any is really not awesome. And so maybe the takeaway from this is that even if we didn't explicitly write the word any's can creep into our code base pretty easily. And JSON.parse is just kind of, for historical reasons, probably should return unknown, but it returns any, and then TypeScript allows us to do things like this that we shouldn't do. So how do we fix it? We open our global.d.ts file, and we have to paste in some magic code that overrides the built-in type defs for this function, and we say, okay, we don't want any, we want unknown returned, and if we do that, then I don't have the slide for it, but it'll show us an error. Right, so that's a simple one. What about array.isArray, right? So array.isArray is a nice, helpful sort of type guard that will let us know that, TypeScript can be sure that after this line here that we have an array, but an array of what, right? TypeScript has no way of knowing what it is, and so it defaults to any. We probably don't want that. We can override that again in the global.d.ts. But like as you can see, the list is going to start to get long. Like how many of these are we going to do, right? And so the answer is the community kind of comes to the rescue and provides, or at least there is this new package that I think is really cool called TS Reset. It kind of fixes a lot of the type unsafe things that are kind of in the built-in type defs, right? Okay. So what happens then? You try to parse something, you call something that doesn't exist, you get an error, and all is good, right? The result is of type unknown. Can't call these methods and properties on unknown. Okay. So now we get to kind of what I think is the more interesting sorts of problems, right? Because like everything so far, it's like, hey, add a config change and drop an npm package of some sort in. But I think here's where things get interesting, right? So our application has I/O boundaries. It has data. It has things that are coming in from the outside world that TypeScript can't possibly know about at compile time, right? And so a typical example of that would be something coming in from the database, but it could be user input, really anything that comes from JSON. We saw a lot of JSON examples. Route params is something that you don't often think about, right? So you might say, use, what is it? Use router, use route, and then .params.username and expect it to be there. And so anything that is happening at runtime, TypeScript can't know about it. So what are we going to do about this stuff? So I'll use this example here, and this is from a Node.js backend. I think this is kind of like one of the examples from their website. We try to get some data from request.body. And it's not just that TypeScript doesn't know what request.body is. It's that we can't even know, right? There's no way to know what will be in request.body because it's whatever the user sent us in an HTTP request. So there's like not a great solution to this out of the box. And so you'll see code like this all over, and that of course will break at runtime if you're not careful. But TypeScript won't complain. TypeScript will be totally fine with this. A more kind of React Native example is like async storage. You pull something out of there, you parse it, you expect these fields to exist, and you might have a little more certainty here because presumably we're the ones who put it into the async storage. But again, there's really no guarantees here in place at all. So what is the solution? The solution is validation, which is probably obvious. And there's some great validation libraries. So this is one of the more popular ones. It's kind of TypeScript aware, and I'll show you an example of that. So here, we can just define a schema. And we can say, okay, this is what a user looks like. It has this field that's a string. It has this other field that's a string. And then, we use this schema to validate, right? And so this is an example of using safe parse. It has various different methods on it. But here we can say, all right, well, we're not just going to take that data and blindly destructure it. We're going to run it through some validation logic. And what's cool about this is that because it's TypeScript aware, it'll force us here to handle the unhappy path, right? Like we must handle the result.success or else TypeScript will complain, which is really nice. And once we've handled that case, then we can be certain that it has validated and it's fully type safe. So I think generally speaking, a lot of the problems that kind of fall into this category of kind of IO boundary stuff can be solved with schema-based validation, right? So essentially Zod or one of the other similar libraries is the solution to a lot of the kind of untype safe stuff that TypeScript doesn't really give us solutions for out of the box. So the fetch problem. And this is really another kind of extension of the pattern that you're seeing kind of over and over here. But we're going to fetch something from a remote server, and we might be like fairly confident that it's going to send us back some JSON data that has a movies property, and so we'll just go ahead and loop over it and render some movies, right? The issue is that any number of things could go wrong, and we don't get back what we expect, and there's no type safety here, right? We wouldn't get any autocomplete. TypeScript wouldn't know what's in this array, what's in this movies array, and so what would we typically do? Well, we'd probably just use a type assertion, right? We'd say as, response body, and we'd write the type for that somewhere and say, okay, well, response body is going to have a property called movies, which has an array, and of course we have to write the type for movie as well. And so this is kind of clunky, and it sucks a little bit, and as we learned earlier, as is not ideal. We'd like to avoid it. So what can we do? Well, if you are lucky enough that your API has open API specification of some sort, then you just run it through a tool, and there's several tools. I'm using this as an example because I've used this in the past, but you generate your TypeScript defs, your TypeScript types, your interfaces, and works really nice if your endpoint, if your server supports that, and then you still have some boilerplate because you're like, okay, well, I'm going to pull out of my generated schema. I'm going to get the slash movies, but I want the response for the get. That's the 200. That's the application JSON, and whatever. It's a little boilerplatey, but at least we didn't have to write all the types and try to keep them in sync with the server, right? Or we could take it a step further and use a fetch client that kind of understands the generated types, and then you can just say, I'll show a better example here. Then you can just say, okay, well, I'm going to make a post request, and TypeScript is now going to force you to provide the right, fields that the post request is expecting, and similarly with the data that you get back. So, this is an example of where the community comes in and says, okay, well, we can generate types based on some specification. We can even generate a client, an HTTP client based on that. So, of course, if you're using GraphQL, you don't really have to think about this as much, right? GraphQL libraries are no stranger to type generation. And so if you're using GraphQL, you're probably in a great position with that, right? You don't have to think as much about it. You don't have to care about as much about that. And if you're using TRPC, even better. You don't even have to think about type gen, right? TRPC is this really cool type-safe way of just calling functions on your server. Now, so yeah, if you can use TRPC, absolutely go for it. The downside is you need to be running TypeScript on the server. You kind of need this mono repo set up. There's requirements that need to be in place. But okay, what is TRPC? Move fast and break nothing. End-to-end type-safe APIs. I think it's really useful. I think a lot of folks in the community have kind of rallied around building type-safe tooling like this, and that's great. Okay, so we only have a few minutes left, and I want to talk about routing and navigation. Okay, so everyone probably uses React Navigation, right? That's the thing to use. it's a good library. It does so much, right? It handles everything from gestures and animations and like really complex navigation setups, and it's fantastic, right? Typically, you'd write some code that looks like this. You'd have you have some nice hooks you can pull in here. The downside is if you write code like this, in your editor, you're going to see stuff like this, right? You're going to see some red squigglies, and that's your editor trying to be helpful, or TypeScript trying to be helpful and say, well, I don't know if there's a username prop on this thing. We have no way of knowing that at compile time, right? We have no idea if there is a page called home that you can actually navigate to. And or worse, you're going to see an error like this, which you're like, I don't even know what to do with that, right? So what do? Well, we go to the docs and we're like, what is the official way to add types? And you end up writing code like this, right? So you've got like root stack param list, and you've got all these kind of like utility types to essentially describe the, so you end up having to describe the navigation twice, right? Kind of one in the type system and then like another time in the, kind of JSX, right? So anyway, it works. This is the norm. This is the status quo. This is kind of what we do to make it all work. And what you end up probably with, so this is the, this is the solution to what we saw earlier, is that you have to add the angle brackets. This is just us telling TypeScript, hey, I'm really certain that because we're in the user profile component, this is going to be a user profile route prop, right? But that's essentially not much different than using a type assertion, right? And as we learned, whenever we're overriding the type system and saying, hey, look, I'm just going to promise you, I guarantee you it's of this type, right? That's, that's risky. And also, you're going to end up with like tons of code like this, right? So this is code that would probably sit somewhere in like in a types folder, and you'd have to describe all of your routes and everything. So anyway, it works. It's a little bit of boilerplate, but we get fairly decent type safety out of that. However, as many of you saw yesterday, we now have a better solution, right? So Expo Router has been around, but Expo Router v2 it actually has, like, it's type aware, right? It has type safety. And so, the reason I bring this up is not to say, okay, that was too much boilerplate, like rip out React navigation and like immediately change technologies. That's not the right solution to everything. But I think this illustrates what's happening, which is that the community is kind of rallying behind good type safety and end-to-end type safety, and making sure that we can, not have to write the kind of code that you saw in this slide, which, like, this doesn't make TypeScript fun, right? Like, none of us want to do this sort of thing. So anyway, I thought this was really cool. The community in all areas, but in this particular case, I think this is a great example of where type safety is becoming a priority. So the code we ship should be more type safe. Maybe this goes without saying, but the long tail of type safety is like handling all those edge cases, handling all the things that kind of TypeScript doesn't give us out of the box. And some of those things are simple, like adding a line to your tsconfig, or generating some types using some package off of npm. But I think there's a lot of opportunity, especially around the I/O boundaries. So that's my talk. This is me. The slides are at this QR code, and I really appreciate y'all sticking around talking about type safety with me. Thank you.
Well, I get a sense that you know what's happening already. Everybody's standing up. So go have lunch. Do go talk to the Meta team at the upstairs mezzanine. They have a expert lounge over there at 2 p.m. And we'll be back here at 2:30 for the next block of talks. And if you're joining us from home, you can join for the live studio interviews that are starting shortly. See you after lunch.
There is a place in the center of Europe where everything is possible. And every moment can mean everything. We will take you on a journey you will never forget, where imagination meets science and entrepreneurial creativity. Unique, our Krakow experience.
And if you want to become a Node.js developer that can build end-to-end applications, join our thriving community at nodejs.dev, and I'm going to help you master full-stack mobile development by building applications users love.
Hello, everyone. We're back at Studio Live. Now, during the lunch break, we'll be having 2 interviews. And this is our guest, Jonny Berger. Hi, Jonny.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, really glad to be here. I'm having a blast.
Great. And can you please tell me what has been your favorite announcement so far?
Wow, I mean, there have been so many. The Expo router one is like 10 announcements already, and then we had the Skia firework, the debugging capabilities, the new debugging capabilities that are coming to React Native. It seems like every second talk is shipping something new. But I think my favorite one by far is that Maestro will support symbolic links. Maybe because I need this personally, but this is absolutely huge.
Yeah.
So actually, Jonny, I've been following you for like 2 years now on Twitter. I've seen the developments in Remotion, from the changes of UI, the features, the introduction of Remotion Lambda, and you've been working for like a few months on the 4th version of Remotion. Could you tell us about something more, what's coming in, what the improvements are?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm working on the 4th major release of Remotion, which is a tool with which you can create videos in React. And after the last iterations, which were mostly focused on like cloud rendering, we now want to make the developer more productive with Remotion 4.0. So this is going to be the first release that will add some GUI elements to Remotion, so that not everything is just code, but that you can also use the mouse to change the preview, and hopefully that will make you more productive. I think this is delicate, the relationship between the GUI and the code. So I've been waiting for a long time, and I think we finally found a way to tackle it sensibly.
That's huge. That's huge, actually, for the improvements of productivity.
Yeah, and also, I know that you're building Remotion in public, and I wanted to ask kind of why you chose to do this.
I think that just makes the whole process a lot more exciting. I'm not very good at hiding things that I am working on, and I always appreciated getting feedback as soon as possible on anything that I am working on. And also, having previously done a few open source libraries where every issue, every form of communication is public, it is the default that everything that you do is just out there, and I enjoy doing everything visibly and working with a community.
Yeah, I think it just also helps let your community in, like seeing that probably everything isn't perfect. Sometimes you got to go back, click backspace, but yeah.
Yeah, totally. I think one thing I'm also doing is like doing a new release of Remotion like every few days, and oftentimes the new features have big problems. Sometimes they have barely any testing, and I find that most of the time we get away from it as long as we are here, have an open ear to fix it quickly.
So I've seen on Twitter that you've been boasting about a huge enterprise contract recently. So I want to ask about how does Remotion work in scale? How does it scale with enterprise customers?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about the business behind Remotion. So the fundament for this is that we have a clause in the Remotion license which makes it work very similar to an open source project, but that we can charge a license fee for Remotion. And the idea behind that is just that myself and other developers, also members from the community, can get paid to work on Remotion, because the maintenance, the triage, and the further development takes so much time that it's just sad if a project can only take the free time of some people, and that they have to work at night. So I want to advocate for a different model. So I say openly that Remotion is somewhere in between open source and commercial, And after 2 years of doing it, we have just signed our biggest deal where we sold a commercial license for 5 figures to an AI company, and they will be using Remotion in their video rendering pipeline.
Awesome.
What's your end game idea for Remotion? Like, where are you heading with the developments? What do you think?
It's a very good question that makes me think a bit. So I think I still love React, and we move into this direction where more and more complexity can get abstracted, and you can compose different effects, different behaviors, different graphics in a beautiful way. And I would love that you could write all sorts of animation in an intuitive way, have lots of graphics as React components to choose from, and that you could render it fast on many platforms. And as a part of this, today I'm also going to announce a new platform. We are at the React Native conference, so it's already a bit of a giveaway, but there will be a whole new platform coming to Remotion.
Yeah. So you've heard it here. Oh, yeah. Technical difficulty. So we're going to have a very short break now. Thank you very much for this interview. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes with our next Studio Live with Tomek Zawadzki in a couple of minutes. So thank you again so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for the pleasant interview.
And we'll see you later at your talk.
That's right.
Don't miss it.
Thanks.
There is a place in the center of Europe where everything is possible. And every moment can mean everything. We will take you on a journey you will never forget, where imagination meets science and entrepreneurial creativity. Unique, our Krakow experience.
And if you want to become a Node.js developer that can build end-to-end applications, join our thriving community at nodejs.dev, and I'm going to help you master full-stack mobile development by building applications users love.
welcome back. I'm Camila, and this is
I'm Casper, yeah.
Yeah, and now I have the pleasure to say that we're going to be speaking with Software Mansion's own Tomek Zawadzki. Hi.
Yeah. Hi, hello. Thanks
Yeah.
for having me.
So he's part of Software Mansion's React Native open source team, so he works on the daily with Kacper. And I wanted to ask, what does your day-to-day, working day look like at Software Mansion?
Yeah, sure. So I usually arrive in the office at 9. I make some tea. I go through my GitHub notifications just to see what's going on in the reanimated repository. Are there any new issue reports? Are there any new pull requests? Apart from such tasks, I'm also doing some research and development in terms of React Native. So if I usually have some good idea, I just try to make an example out of it. And just some regular programming, helping out other team members in terms of fixing bugs, and also doing some talent sourcing in terms of extending our open source team, just finding people who could be interested in doing open source and supporting Reanimated, Gesture Hunter, and our other libraries.
Mm-hmm. So one of the most expected features that people ask about are layout animations on the web. So pretty long ago, you've started working on them. Could you tell us something about the state of this feature?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. So layout animations are currently available on paper on the old architecture. They work quite nice on Android and iOS. However, still we don't have the web support. And the reason for this is that web is kind of a different place than React Native. From the technical perspective, React Native has Yoga, which is the layout engine for React Native. So basically, every view that you see in the application is positioned in an absolute way. So you have top and left properties just like in CSS. However, in web, it uses the layout engine provided by the browser. So this is the technical difference here. And I think that we have one proof of concept working that was inspired by one of the libraries for React.js. And I think that after the conference, we'll take another look at it.
Awesome.
So we had experimental features like shared element transitions. You've been working on layout animations, making them more stable. What do you think is the end game and how Reanimated could be feature complete? What's the goal of that? What do you think?
Yeah, so I would say that Reanimated is currently almost like feature complete. You can use it to create very beautiful animations and interactions, but there are some things under the hood that I would like to improve. For instance, worklets, the functions that you can execute on the UI thread, they currently you cannot import other third-party libraries in them, and this is one thing that I would be interested in adding. I think that we are one step away from actually implementing multi-threading using Reanimated, so you can run your worklets not on the JS thread, not on the UI thread, but on a new thread, just to run some background tasks in your application. Yeah, so this is something that I would be very interested into looking into. And also maybe, let's say, some optimization of Reanimated, mostly in terms of worklet initialization, because we currently need the Reanimated Babel plugin to work in the applications, and perhaps we could look into using Hermes bytecode so that the startup times is shorter and the app just works faster.
Multi-threading in Reanimated will be a game changer, really.
Yeah.
Okay, and I just wanted to ask one last question. What do you like about working in open source?
Oh, I like everything. Basically, I think that my job is the dream job. I can spend my time on doing research, on doing development, on just having some cool ideas and turning them into the examples. Yeah, so this is the dream job, and I like it very much.
Okay, so thank you very much for joining us and giving us your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, and that will be it for the interviews for now. We're going to have a short lunch break. I'm not sure exactly at what time we're finishing. I think 2:30 we'll be back with the rest of the talks. And then we'll have one more studio live in the coffee break. So see you guys later. Bye-bye.
All right. Welcome back. Woo. So we're almost ready to get started, but we have a bit of a problem. We've misplaced Ellie. If anybody sees Ellie, can you just tell Ellie to come to stage? I don't actually know what the next talk is. Ellie? Ellie? Does anybody see Eliane Schutzer Ramirez? About yay tall, red hair?
That's why, really?
Oh shit, sorry. Yanni?
Oh, hey.
Yanni?
Where are you?
Is that you?
Hello. Hello, where are you?
I'm with the Software Mansion crew by the neon sign. Where are you?
Oh, I'm on stage where you're supposed to be right now. Are you drinking?
No. It's fine. Sorry, I forgot. We were just having a good chat about Software Mansion and about how they have a fun time, and they gave me cool shoes.
Is that like an actual mansion? That's what I always wondered. Is it?
It is an actual mansion. It is not a reality show, I asked. But I did hear some hot gossip, which is that when people leave for new jobs, like 40% of them come back because it's so fun. Anyway, can I just do it from here? Is that okay?
All right, but I've got to go on break. I have union break in 15 minutes. So you got to get your ass back here after. Okay?
Hello, crowd. How are you? I can't hear from all the way back here. Are they saying something?
They're saying like, woo, but not very enthusiastically.
Hello down there. Yeah. I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker. Ankita is joining us all the way from Toronto. I'm very excited to hear what she has to say. I want to give us like a level 10 whistling, stomping welcome, please, for Ankita.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. Today, we are going to talk about performance myths of React Native applications. So first of all, I want y'all to give kudos to yourself for showing up for talks after having a heavy lunch. So clap for yourself, please. And I want more cheers and energy in the room. There you go. Thank you so much for being a wonderful crowd, because I also had lunch. So, okay, let's talk about performance myths of React Native applications. So, this is a checklist for a great talk or a workshop or anything that I do in general. So, whenever you agree with me or you disagree with me, nod yes or no. And this will tell me that yes, you're listening, and no, you don't agree, which is totally okay as well. If you have any questions, come find me after, because I love to answer questions. And like I said, I want more energy in the room, so anytime you can go woohoo, and then that's totally okay as well. Oh, thank you. Keep that coming. All right, so let's get started. So raise your hand. How many of you believe that React Native is probably still slower than pure native application development? Wow, quite a few folks. That's great. So this talk is awesome. And how many wanted to say it depends? It depends on the app. There you go. So I feel like this is like a classic answer anytime we want to say, hey, it depends, because we never want to give out the right answer. All right, so my name is Ankita. I'm currently an educator. Previously, I have worked as a solution architect, a developer, a senior engineering leader, and so on. But right now, I want to focus on creating digital products, online courses, and whatnot, which I will talk about later. But I love doing this, and I want to help developers level up in their engineering careers. And you can find the slides at this specific link. Any of the slides or any code snippets that I share, you can find over here. There's also a link at the bottom that you can see. And if something resonates with you, that's my Twitter as well, Kulkarni Ankita 9. But thanks to this conference, and I guess shout out to Brent that I got my Blue Sky invite, so you can get rid of the 9, and I'm Kulkarni Ankita on Blue Sky. And I also write a weekly newsletter, so I share React Native tips, front-end development tips, and also leadership snacks, that like I call it. So it's bite-sized, less than 5 minutes. So if you want to check it out, you can go there. All right, so let's get started with some of the basics, right? Like how does React Native work? And then we can kind of sort of build our foundation from there. So now your JS code essentially is executed on the left-hand side. Then it's basically there's a bridge, and all the information gets passed back and forth from the JavaScript side to the native side to get executed. And now there might be certain cases where JavaScript is the best solution. And I have built and architected apps where pure JavaScript is totally fine. That is, React Native is totally OK. But then there are solutions that we will talk about where you need to go native, and we will talk about those use cases. So I wanted to share a quick story here. A few years ago, I was having a few drinks with friends. And as one does, we were all developers. And we got into this discussion, a really good discussion about, because we were building an e-commerce application, which is like one of the biggest applications in Canada. And we wanted to take that application to native. And we had a really good discussion. What is good? Is React Native good or native good? And they had quite a few reservations. And mind you, they had not used React Native before, which is totally cool because I think that those are good objections to have in general. So these were some of the things that they mentioned. JavaScript is just not enough. You can't animate correctly because we did want, because it was an e-commerce application, we did want quite a few animations to focus on user experience. And performance issues such as high CPU, low memory, and whatnot. If you just go native, that is just go iOS development or Android, it will definitely be better for them, right? And for us in general. And that really was a good discussion in general. And I had a different opinion. And again, as I said, it depends. And I proceeded the conversation as one does. So let's address some of these objections and more. Let's talk about more of the performance myths or myth busters, as I like to call it, in general, right? And for that, let's build an app together. Let's call this app, Let's Spend Your Money. And this app is a very classic app. You might see this app or a pattern of this app where you have a list of things, and on top there is some sort of a meter. Depending on how much money you load, the meter will judge you in green, yellow, or red. And at the bottom, it will give you insights or cool things like, oh, go to Paris, you have a lot of money, or a spa treatment, or get a private jet, or whatever, right? And it's like a list of items. And it will give you insights in general so you can splurge as well. So what is the criteria for this app? It needs to be functional. It's fast to load, right? Has really cool animations. And should work whenever there is low data as well. Because we want our users to care about these insights and check out the app or even spend it in general. So what is the criteria for measuring performance then, right? The criteria would be you want to measure a specific behavior. So this is the behavior that we are going to measure, even though there might be other features in the app. You want to keep the same set of test cases. So anytime we are measuring performance, you want to keep in mind that if you keep trying different behaviors, different test cases all the time, you won't be able to figure out what's a baseline and build on top of that. So you want to keep that in mind in general. And you want to disable development mode and test in production mode in general as well. And lastly, you want to automate any behavior in the future too, and have the same conditions in general when you're measuring performance. So the three important criteria for performance would be that we want CPU and memory. We need to keep that in mind because it's a mobile app, right? These days we use mobile apps more than desktop apps. Application size, so we don't want the app to be too huge. There have been apps in the past where I just deleted it because the app was so huge and taking up a lot of memory, right? So we want a smaller app. And the app startup time and frames per second. It has to run 60 frames per second, else it's like going to be really slow, and our animations are going to be slow, and users can see sort of that lag, which we don't want. So these are the few things that we want to consider when we think about performance. So we can approach and talk about performance in using two ways, right? We can talk about the React Native way, which is like using React Native specific elements. We inspect the network, and we really dive in and go on on the Apple side, like the Xcode side, and really see how some of those tools work and figure out how our app actually works in production. But on the other side, we could also look at the React way, which is like look at re-rendering. We can remove console logs and so on as well. So as a starter, in our app, we can start with using flat list or section list in general over here, right? Because we only want to show the items on the page, and we don't want rest of the items to load at all. And that is something that's really important, that only show the items on the page and nothing more, so they are lazy loaded. So you want to use something like flat list or section list from the get-go. Now, a lot of times I've noticed that because I've consulted with a lot of different clients building React Native apps in general, I found that because of the lack of native knowledge or what is the React Native equivalent coming from the web, you don't end up using flat lists. You end up using scroll view or any of the other items in the list, which makes the app really slow. And in this case, you get performance benefit right away because you might be loading a lot of different insights. And we have a lot of insights, like I said, so we can keep scrolling, and based on that scroll, we need to change things accordingly. So but there's one thing you need to keep in mind with flat list in general that I have noticed is a common performance issue in general, and you need to be very careful with that, right? As you scroll, the items are going to re-render because of the way flat list works, and because of the re-render, even though all the items on the screen are specifically shown, because as we scroll, the entire list re-renders. So we need to perform and apply some sort of performance techniques in general as well. And for that, we need to memoize it. And that's where we go back to the React side, right? Or we, I guess, walk to React side in general. So what is exactly memoization? So in terms of memoization, we want to say that, hey, this specific component only loaded when this specific prop changes. And we cache it, and we look at a dependency array and how to use memoization in general, but we want to wrap it inside a memo function. So we wrap the component in memo and in the list itself, and now we are saying that only when the prop changes, then only re-render, otherwise don't, which basically gets back to the behavior of flat list, and we can take advantage of this. And this is a very common scenario that I have seen almost in every single app. But you also don't want to try to fix what's not broken. You want to keep that in mind in general. For example, you don't want to put every single thing in memoization and use callback and all the fancy React hooks, right? We don't want to do that, and I'll talk about why. So do you want to use memo, use callback everywhere? So the way use memo or like memo in general would work is that based on the dependencies you provide, we can purge the cache or not, right? Based on the props we provide in general. Now, in this specific case, we don't want to specifically use memo in general because, for example, sometimes it's difficult to, every time memoization is going to kick in, it will calculate what was the previous value, what is the new value, and based on that, it's going to compare every single time. Now, I have seen a lot of times, a lot of devs would put every single component in memo and every single function and use callback, and that actually degrades your performance. It doesn't help that, because every time, the time it takes to calculate what should change and what should re-render, it's better to just re-render the component in general. So calculation of props is more costly than the entire component re-render. And that's really important and something that you should definitely keep in mind when you're building React Native apps. So let's say a card component, which is quite a complex component, right? It has a bunch of different properties. And card component is something you will see in every web app and every React Native app, right? Because we use cards every single place. Now, in that case, now you will have a lot of different properties here, right? Now, you need to be very mindful that anytime you want to re-render a component, you want to see what's in the card component, what data are you passing, and also like set specific performance measures, add timers in there just to test out what is the before and after, because that's going to be huge for you. And I have seen that components are really slow when you go into the profiler and test it out, because we have just wrapped every single thing in memo and use callback, and that's just unnecessary. You need to do it on a case-by-case basis. And you also want to remove unnecessary console logs as well, because anytime you add any logging library or whatever, you want to be really mindful of what exactly you want to log, right? You want to make sure that you're only logging what's necessary, because that's going to get packaged and bundled together, unless it's in development mode, and then shipped to production, and that's not really what you want, right? You want to make sure your logs are minimal, because they also add to the overall application size as well. So now that we understand how to implement the list, let's talk about implementing the animation. And we'll use some sort of a chart library or some sort of a component to build the top component here, right? So this is another thing that my friends mentioned, which is that React Native cannot handle complex animations. And that is something that we really cared for. And this is something that I want to really talk about here, because I feel like there are, even though React Native out of the box, I found that this not necessarily can handle all the complex animations, but there are a lot of really good libraries that have evolved that we can use that think of performance from the get-go, and that we can use them. So we need to think about 60 frames per second. The user will start to notice that the lag if you start dropping under 60 frames per second, as the experience starts to feel really choppy, right? And in order to create really smooth animations, that should be our baseline, right? And React Native does ship something with like specific tools for like the animated library out of the box, but you need more than that to make sure that it's performant. So we can use something like Reanimated Library or even Lottie. Now, this is a similar app that I have built in the past, and we had a really fancy animation where the meter would go, or we would show a specific score to the user. And in that case, we use Lottie. And the reason for that is we built the complex part of the animation in JSON, and then basically exported as JSON and rendered natively, which is really good. But also Reanimated, I have used that before as well, and it also provides a lot of performance benefits out of the box. So as a developer, you don't have to think a lot about animation performance and how it's impacting in general. But you also need to think twice before picking a library as well. Because a lot of times we want a very specific solution, right? And in order for that specific solution, we end up adding a completely new library. Now, in React Native, be very careful about that. Is it compatible with iOS as well as Android? What are the specific use cases? Can you extract that specific code if it's like a small library even, right? Because these libraries do add to the bundle, and it gets really huge, and we really don't want that. So you really want to be really mindful of that, because this is another thing that I've noticed, that as developers, we want a quick fix sometimes, and I think I understand, because sometimes there's time pressure and whatnot, but I think we need to really be mindful of what library to use. And you want to turn off animations in general, and Reanimated does allow us to do that whenever the user doesn't have memory and they want to use the app, or if they have like low data and things like that as well. Because again, that is going to cost more time and effort, and you really don't want your application to do that. You want to delegate everything when there is data, or when the application can perform to its best ability. And you can also think of like accessibility in that way as well. You want to also make sure that the application is accessible and users can still use the app in specific ways. And the other myth that I really want to keep in mind is, testing application performance on an iPhone should be enough. Now, I don't think it's enough. I feel like a lot of us might have iPhones, and every year we try to upgrade it, but that is not the reality of the entire world. For example, there are many users in the world that use Samsung devices, And that is iPhone is proven to be 10 times faster than some of those Samsung devices. So you need to keep that in mind. So when you think about testing your performance application, you need to keep that in mind as well. So again, not everyone has an iPhone, and everyone may have a Samsung or any other lower-end device that you need to be mindful of. So you want to actually test performance on a device that your users are using. Try to monitor what your users of the app are actually using. Try to see majority of the users and get that device and start testing your and how performant your application is in that. We always would have like some lower-end device and some higher-end device, because we all have higher-end devices, so we end up testing in that because it's easier in general, but always have a handy device just to make sure that you can test it out and make sure that the users are going to see the same thing as you are. And there are tools like Flipper, even if you use Xcode, and even React Profiler, that all these tools would really help you to measure performance. And I would not say just use one. I would use a combination of these. So once you start building a feature, every time you build a significant chunk, try to test it out and try to use these tools, right? Because these are the few things you need to consider. The app takes maybe too long to open, the app close time, if the navigation takes too long, form typing takes too long, and so on. Because these are all like user interactive behaviors where we would bridge, right, like we saw earlier. And that is something that you need to really keep in mind as you start testing it. And you can also use the profiler, and I would ask you to turn on this specific feature where you can record why each component rendered while profiling, because it will give you a really in-depth view for why each component is re-rendering. It will tell you that, and you can then figure out maybe this specific component needs to be wrapped in a memo, or maybe this doesn't need to be wrapped in a memoization framework of some sort. So when should you go native, right? Because we talked about this, and this was a concern from my friends as well, as I talked about earlier. When exactly should we go native versus React Native? So let's talk about a use case. And this is an app that I worked on, although there were a lot of developers and a lot of teams working on the same app, because this app was massive. So for example, let's say there is, you want to test your blood glucose level, and these are the strips in general. Now you want to click a photo, you want to send from the strip to the camera phone, right? So you're basically using the phone's hardware directly. And you take picture and so on. And then you scan the photo again, and you want to pass on this data, right? Let's say the way you measure is not accurate, or the user keeps moving and you're unable to take an accurate reading. You need to keep back and forth between the JavaScript thread and the native thread, and there is a bridge. You need to keep going back and forth. And this is a really good use case where JavaScript might not be the ideal solution, right? You need to build some sort of a camera module and bridge it so that it will be easier for you in general, because you're going to start seeing that there's a delay, there's a lag, and that's what we started seeing as well. So building, in that case, you want to bridge it, and you want to make sure that you think about performance in that sense. But in a lot of different applications, right? For example, a lot of insight, like the app that we saw earlier, we want to share some insights. You're fetching data from the API call. A lot of these apps, React Native is performant, provided you do add, apply all these tools that we talked about, and actually test your apps on a lower-end device and so on. But that's really important to consider as well. So in this use case, we ended up building the camera module and really making sure that it's actually on the native side. And I also want to just quickly announce something as well. Like I mentioned, I am an educator, and I build online courses. I released a course recently that helps developers transition into engineering leadership, because I found that a lot of us have to just jump in to the deep end and start learning and start leading teams, and it gets incredibly difficult. I personally experienced that, and I really did not want any others to do it too. So that's why I basically built a program called Developer to Leader. You can go to developer2leader.com, and it helps you become a successful leader if that's what you want. But check it out if you like. I'm actually closing doors very soon, because I really want to make sure that whoever joins gets the best experience. So if you want, go to developer2leader.com. And there's also a barcode here as well. So yeah, this is the thing I was talking about earlier. So check it out after, or even come chat with me later on as well. So going back to performance tips, right? What are some of the performance tips that you want to keep in mind as you think about React Native performance? Again, you want to test on every device and network. A lot of us have high-speed internet, but that doesn't represent our users. You really want to make sure that you do consider device, network, and so on. Also trigger low data mode and see how your app performs. You will be surprised that some of the components are so laggy, and you will rethink your features because of that. So don't wait until the end of the feature. Do it incrementally. So again, things to focus on. Try using older devices, not just iPhone. Test on slower networks and throttle. And profile your app in production mode, not just development mode. Because again, development mode won't necessarily represent the true real-world scenario, because the minute you switch to, getting an app into your phone, you are only going to have access to the native code. And you will start seeing a lot of issues in general when you don't have access to JavaScript. And make sure that performance becomes an important and integral part of your practice when you're writing user stories. As you add acceptance criteria, make sure that any big feature that you build is tested properly and is performant in general. Because as much as it's important on the web, it's even more important in the mobile world, because we are all majority on the mobile devices, and something that you should consider as well. So having said that, thank you so much for listening to this talk. And again, check out Developer to Leader program, and all my slides are at bit.ly /App.js23. Thank you.
Can you believe they made me come back? I was having such a good time. I want to shout out my shoes. They are Software Mansion. I'm not normally a socks and sandals girly, but for all this Software Mansion drip, I'll make an exception. It's my MC gift. So you'll see me walking around in it, which is the best time. Okay, just a reminder, our grand finale today is a panel of highly curated experts, bunch of geniuses that you can ask questions to, because you haven't asked any onstage questions to anyone so far, and this is your moment. There's a QR code. We're going to put it on the screen. It's going to be on some of the side screens throughout the day, too, and I think it's like a form or something. So you have any questions about, like, the future of React Native, or, like, the vision, or whatever you want to know about, advice, this is your time to ask the people that are really in it. I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker. We're going to learn a lot about dark mode, which is very exciting. So please give a very warm welcome to Mr. Arthur Lee.
Thank you. So why don't we kick off with a quick poll in the audience. Hands up if you have dark mode enabled on your phones. Wow, that's a lot of you. Maybe like 50% for those watching online. So today we're going to talk about building dark mode at scale with React Native, of course. I'm Arthur, and I'm a software engineer at Chime. Chime is a US-based fintech company, and we provide banking services to millions of people in the US. And in fact, we're one of the top most downloaded financial apps within the US in the last few years. And I pulled this review from the App Store about a year ago. And it's just from one of our users, and it's really encouraging to see. I absolutely love Chime, everything about them. Their service is amazing, customer service is great, app UI is great. So it's really nice to see reviews like this. And what do you all think? 5 stars, right? Not quite. The only thing this app is missing is dark mode. Please add auto system dark mode. I'll add more stars after an auto system dark mode is added. 3 stars. So, yeah. how do we build dark mode? Because we really want to get those stars back. We know how important each and every review is and each customer experience is from the talks yesterday too. So like any other experienced engineer, I headed to Google, but then I remembered it's 2023, so ChatGPT. So we're going to ask, OK, how do I implement dark mode with React Native? And it's going to say a bunch of stuff, output some kind of interesting code with like style sheets and the render function. But the point is, if you look at ChatGPT or the top 5, 10 tutorials from Google, what you'll end up with is probably something like this. So we're going to start off by using the use color scheme hook from React Native, so figure out what mode the user is in on their phone. Then we might do some logic to figure out what colors to use based on the color scheme setting. And then we're going to use the style sheet APIs to set our views, text, or whatever components with those colors. And this is a totally fine approach, especially with newer, smaller code bases. But as we started to look at our code base, which is over 4 years old and has hundreds and hundreds of components and screens, we started to see a few problems with this approach. So today I'm going to cover 3 different problems that we saw with this approach when we tried to implement dark mode at scale. And hopefully this kind of turns into some insights that you can take home with you. So the first problem here is using the system setting directly. Now, if you've used any app that supports dark mode, you probably have seen that most apps implement an app-level theme override. So this is nice because you kind of allow the users to have their own preference. So maybe they have dark mode in their system, and then they want your specific app to be in light mode, or vice versa. So this is kind of just like expected user experience at this point. But there's actually one other reason why this is super important, and that's to do with feature flagging. So at Chime, and like in many other larger companies, we practice trunk-based development. This means that developers are often integrating their changes into the main branch, and we use feature flags to roll out features instead of the mobile release. By having an app-level theme override, we're able to put the theme switcher behind a feature flag and force all of our public users to be on light mode while we're still working to kind of finish and polish dark mode internally. No single developer or team can possibly implement dark mode in one go at our scale. So this allows us to kind of federate the responsibilities out to different product teams so that they can go and check out dark mode in their own feature and maybe even submit bugs or commit fixes to it. So doing this does require writing some native code right now, but in React Native 72, there should be a new API that comes that will allow you to override the color scheme at an app level. So looking forward to that. So that's problem number 1. Let's take a look at number 2, and that's not using color tokens. Now this isn't dark mode specific, and if you've worked with a larger code base or with design systems, you've probably already done this. It's a great idea to, instead of using hard-coded color hex values, using color tokens instead. So these are like naming your colors and referring to them by reference. We're going to recommend going one step further and using usage-based token names. So what does this mean? It means instead of using token names like dark green or light gray, name those colors based on usage, like border primary or content secondary. There's a few perks about doing this. So one of them is that the same color can have multiple tokens. Now you might be thinking, why would I even want that? There are 2 main reasons. One is maybe a border shares the same color as some text, but maybe in the future with the redesign, you might want to change them into different colors depending on what the new design looks like. Oops, sorry. And the second one is that if you map colors into dark mode, you might want to actually map different usages to different colors, even though they're the same color within light mode. So that's going to be really handy to have when transitioning to dark mode. And now let's look at the third problem. The third one is around modifying render logic. So this kind of approach requires us to go into the render function and actually change the logic to take into account of dark mode. Now, what do I mean by this? At Chime, we still use the style sheet API. There's nothing wrong with it. It works really well for us. We are moving towards more centralized design system components that take in kind of styles as props. But we still have like over 1,000 places in the code base where we're setting colors into our styles. What that means is if you look at this example of like a sample component, we have hundreds of components that look like this. We have a view where the container has a background color and then maybe some other styles in it, like flex1. If we were to adopt the kind of traditional approach, we would have to do quite a refactor. We have to add in a hook of some sort. We then have to figure out what color we should use. And then we also had to do this thing where we had to figure out that the background color is something that we're now going to apply with inline styles, and then we have to like leave the rest of the styles in the style sheet. And for a more complex component, this can be a pretty kind of difficult migration. Definitely not something that we can easily implement using a code mod. And last of all, we actually still have a lot of class components, so we wouldn't even be able to use the hook. We would have to use a higher order component, mess with the prop types and things like that. Kind of annoying. And yes, there are other solutions out there that help with dynamic styles, like styled components is really cool, but it still kind of requires changing that logic to be dependent on props, and we don't use styled components. So at this point, we were a little disappointed. We didn't really want to embark on this large migration that involves touching a lot of components. And we also didn't really want to modify a bunch of components and make the render logic more complex when they're actually simple components. So just when we thought we couldn't get those 2 stars back, we found an API called Platform Color. Now, what is Platform Color? Platform Color was actually introduced in React Native 63, so quite a few versions ago. It was primarily introduced for hybrid apps. So if you had a native app that already had a bunch of colors defined natively, if you added a React Native view in there, you can actually use Platform Color to hook into those colors, and then you wouldn't have to kind of copy your colors into the JavaScript world or keep them in sync. But it turns out that this API fully supports themes, or at least it eventually did after a bunch of bug fixes. And if you look at the Platform Color documentation in the React Native docs, you won't really see anything about dark mode except for this sentence that says, since native colors can be sensitive to themes, this platform-specific logic also translates inside your components. And that means that we can use it to build dark mode. Funny aside is that if you look at the React Native documentation, React Native for Windows and Mac OS, there's actually a pretty great write-up about how to use Platform Color to respond to themes. So definitely check that out. So how do we go about using Platform Color within the Chime app? We don't have a hybrid app. We're 100% built on React Native, so we don't have any colors defined within native. Luckily for us, we found a great package from Klarna called Platform Colors. So all we had to do is define a colors.js config file. We simply listed all of the colors that we had in our app, the tokens and their light and dark mode values, and a bunch of configuration for where to output these files. And then we ran yarn platform colors, which is the package strip that came with the package. And it generated a bunch of stuff for us. So it started off with generating an entry point so these are the color objects, if you will, that we will import from our components. Then it generated iOS and Android TypeScript or JavaScript files. And this is actually the one and only place that we are calling the Platform Color API from React Native. And each of these color values are actually objects that are references to specific colors. And they're kind of never
resolved in the JavaScript layer. So JavaScript has no idea what these colors are. It's only resolved in the native layer. And of course, we have the native colors that get generated too, like XML on the Android side and Xcode assets on the iOS side. And because we already had all of our colors tokenized, even by usage, bonus points for that, we could just switch out these hex values for these platform color objects. And then if we go back to that example we had, let's see what it takes to make this component dark mode sensitive with platform colors. That's right, no modifications were needed. So this was the case for 99% of our components, which was really, really compelling for us. But of course, there's always that 1%. So we just fell back to the normal kind of hook-based approach where we do modify render logic. And this kind of mostly happened with third-party views that might not support platform color out of the box, or things like animations with like color interpolations. Those, we kind of needed those hex values, so we just kind of took the traditional approach, and there was nothing wrong with that. So let's take a look at what dark mode might look like. Doesn't that look great? There's something about seeing the app that you work on regularly in dark mode for the first time. It just looks so cool. And I don't know if you've noticed that transition earlier. It wasn't a keynote animation. This transition from dark mode to light mode and back is actually recorded straight from the iOS simulator. Because the colors are completely handled on the native layer, iOS is able to smoothly transition between light and dark mode without needing for any React re-renders and so forth. So we have this really nice animation on iOS. I know, it's not quite as impressive as the Skia one, but I'll take it. So why did we choose platform color at Chime? We got dark mode pretty much for free for most of our components. It was a hybrid solution, so we were still able to fall back to the more traditional hooks-based approach for the components that didn't work with platform color. And because using platform color required us to set the color scheme at the native layer, this means that a bunch of native views, like keyboards and third-party SDKs that might have native views, all of those get dark mode automatically, and if they support it. And last of all, there's this smooth transition on iOS, which is a really delightful user experience. But like any engineering decision, there are trade-offs. So here are some gotchas with platform color. It does add some native complexity. So with the traditional example, everything was kind of laid out in the React component, so you can really easily understand what's going on. Here, that complexity is kind of hidden away in this mysterious color object that people. Platform color itself is relatively new, even though it came out quite a few versions ago. But there were still bug fixes up till as recently as React Native 70. So be aware of that. This might be a big one for some, but on Android, you do require an activity restart. That's just kind of how dark mode works natively on Android. So, and because React Native is a single activity app, in most cases, it would require restarting the app. And you might have to write some native code, which might be a pro or a con, depending on who you are. So let's summarize a little bit. To implement dark mode at scale, here are some of our learnings. First of all, implement an app-level theme override. This allows you to do gradual rollouts or internal or alpha testing without affecting the rest of your users. This also allows you to do gradual rollouts and A/B test dark mode even if you wanted to. The second is to tokenize your colors, which you should kind of be doing whether or not you're implementing dark mode, and preferably by usage. And last of all, check out the platform color API. It's pretty cool.
So I did put together a quick example of platform color in case you wanted to check it out. Here is a link to the GitHub repo. And I managed to put together this demo with Expo config plugins, so you could define those colors within the app.json configuration. And if you run the pre-build, it's going to generate all those colors natively. So it's a pretty cool example, so definitely check it out. So yeah, I hope you learned something today. We're super excited about dark mode and getting that to our users and hopefully getting those 2 stars back. So thank you very much.
I really love the commitment of dressing up as light and dark mode for your dark mode talk. I think there's been a lot of good commitments to the bit in this talk. All right, so as I let our next speakers set up, I have a few reminders for you. One is that if you don't already have it and want it, there is a conference app that has all of the talks, speaker bios, and importantly, the after party information, which is tonight in town somewhere. It's all in the app or on the website, so make sure to check that out. We have one more expert panel over the next break, so make sure you check that out as well. And we sort of simultaneously do the live interviews, which you can like watch with your coffee here or check out later on the stream. How are we feeling today? Right now? Oh, great. Okay, wow. Should I just go? Like, why am I even here? Look, I know it's after lunch. I know you're all texting your bosses to be like, we need dark mode right now. Our stars. But like, come on. Hello. Good morning. Is this thing on? Can I get a little golf clap? Let's do a little warm-up. Shh, 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 shh. Gentle. Like the queen playing golf. Just like delicate. Like a 2. Maybe some snaps. That's like a... Oh, I kind of love that for all of them, but I feel like it's not very rousing, like for our speakers who are still getting set up. I have been a fan of these dual speaker talks. I did suggest they do 1 word each. They said no, but I will get someone to do it. I also thought that maybe if you do a dual talk, you should get a celebrity couple name. And then I thought, I was chatting to someone backstage of like, if like Meta and Vercel had a celebrity couple name, what it would be. And there are no good options. Like Versetta, Mercel. And then we were like, maybe Verbook, which, any suggestions? Metacell? That sounds like a medicine, I think. Well, anyway, we're going to have to figure it out because they seem to be very buddy-buddies. And so, looking good. Ashoat and Varun here. Do you guys have a celebrity couple name? Varun? Celebrity couple name?
Maybe.
Ashoat? I like Ashoat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ashroon?
Ashroon's not a mouthful.
That sounds like a food, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Vashoat, everybody.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. It's really exciting to be here. We were actually here at the conference last year, and we had a great time. So it's an honor here to have the opportunity to present in front of all of you. So yeah, this is our talk. My name is Ashoat.
I'm Varun.
And we're going to be talking about Rust in React Native. So first, just some quick intros. So my background, so I worked at Facebook way back in a different age, 2011, 2016. Occasional open source contributor. I have like 4 or 5 commits to React Native, some of my most proud commits. And interests include, skiing, hip hop. I love Burning Man. Talk to me about Burning Man if you find me. And a big cyclist. The founder of Calm, which you will learn more about very soon. And fun fact about me, I do not know Rust at all. So don't ask me about Rust.
My name's Varun again. I previously worked at Amazon, specifically in AWS, for a few years, and I currently work at Com. He's my boss. And in my free time, I enjoy learning languages, going on long walks, both by the beach, but also by Babel Castle, and making music. And I do not know React Native.
So you guys kind of picking up why there's two of us on stage here now. Thank you, thanks. Get the claps for not knowing things, okay. All right, so the naive view, oops, let's go back one. It's JavaScript. The naive view of React Native, right, what a lot of people on Stack Overflow seem to believe is that it lets you write an app using just JavaScript. But I think most of you in the audience know that this is rarely true, right? So you got your Java, got your Objective-C, you got your Kotlin, you got your Swift, and now you got your C++, you know. In fact, to use React Native, you often find yourself writing code in a whole wide variety of other languages. In fact, in the Com app, we use all of these languages, right? And if that wasn't enough,
we also use Rust now.
Yeah.
So show of hands, who here is familiar with Rust? OK, that's like maybe 25% of the audience, roughly. Well, Rust is a kind of low-level language, more akin to C++ or C. But the advantages are it's memory safe, and it's type safe, and it kind of operates at a higher level. Also, it has a package manager that's similar to NPM called Cargo.
Cool. So we know what you're all thinking, right? We really need yet another language. So to answer this question, we're going to zoom in a little bit more into the app we're working on. We're not here to tell you that every React Native app needs Rust, but we do believe in our case it was sort of justified. OK, so some background about Com. So Com is an encrypted messaging app. So think kind of like Signal, right? So kind of premise, quick pitch of Com. To date, end-to-end encryption really only works for simple messaging apps. Think like a WhatsApp or like an iMessage or like a Signal, right? So anything that's kind of more complicated, you can't really do with end-to-end encryption because in end-to-end encryption, all the data is just on your phone, and your phone can't really do everything that a server can, right? And so our solution at Com is the key server, which is a fancy word that we use for a personal private server. So that's Com for you. Now, by the way, DM, if you're interested in trying it out, DM me. OK, so let's talk a little bit about how Com uses C++ today. Because Rust for us really is kind of operating at the C++ level, and it's sort of meant kind of as an alternative there, right? So first thing, encryption. So we use a library called Ohm. It's a library made in Europe, and it is a library made by matrix.org, and it's specifically an implementation of the double ratchet end-to-end encryption algorithm first kind of made by Signal. And that's a C++ library, so we use that. We also use SQLite, which I'm guessing many of you are familiar with. It is a SQL database, and it's written in C. And we also use gRPC. gRPC is kind of a networking kind of layer protocol that was made by Google. And unfortunately, the libraries for it don't really work for React Native. And so we used, at least before we had Rust, we used a C++ kind of layer for that as well. OK, so let's jump into how we use C++. You guys, show of hands, who here is familiar with JSI? Right, so OK, some of you. It probably has been brought up multiple times at this conference already. But just to give you all like a really quick idea of what JSI is, the real cool thing about JSI is that it lets you take the thread that's running the JavaScript in your code, and it lets you run native code, in particular C++, but C++ can call other languages, right? And so you're able to actually call that C++ code inside the JS thread. And from there, you can do anything C++ wants to. You can start another thread. You can, just do pretty much anything, right? And so we at Com, we have, in fact, a C++ thread for encryption, a C++ thread for networking, and a C++ thread for the database so that we don't block the JavaScript thread and kind of either hurt the user experience or hurt the performance of the app. Okay, so now is where we kind of try to make an argument for Rust. So C++, it's got its pros and cons. We're going to talk about the pros first. Right, so first pro, okay, you get a shared implementation across iOS and Android, and that's pretty huge, right? Like, we could write everything once for iOS, write everything once for Android, but we're here at App.js and we don't like doing that. So, big advantage C++, you can share it across those platforms, right? Another big advantage, it's officially supported by Apple, Google, and Microsoft. Sorry, not Microsoft, Meta. So meaning that the pathways for using C++ in an iOS app, an Android app, and in a React Native app are kind of well understood and kind of well supported by the ecosystem. Not so for Rust, unfortunately. And last thing here, so C++ is a stable language. A lot more people probably to this day know C++ than know Rust. There's a lot more resources out there, so that's an advantage. Now, let's talk about some of the cons. Okay, so first of all, I talked about all the threads that we have, right? So you guys here may have heard of the term callback hell from the JavaScript world. We have this problem in C++. When we want to call, something to fetch something from the database, maybe then decrypt something, and then maybe pass that back to JavaScript, we have to pass a lot of callbacks, and there's a lot of indentation, and the code doesn't look super great. Okay, another one is integrating libraries is a pain in C++. Unlike JavaScript and unlike Rust, there is no official package manager. There's no official kind of supported way for people to publish packages in an open way and for people then to consume those packages. And finally, lack of memory safety guarantees. And this is honestly, and as somebody who doesn't know Rust, this is though the kind of the most exciting thing arguably about Rust. Rust is sort of the first language to bring this idea of memory safety to the public, and Varun's going to be talking about that later. All right, so I'm going to go into each one of these in a little bit more detail. So first, we're just going to talk about callback hell. Just really concretely, this is what it looks like in our code base, and we got a little GitHub URL there if you guys want to check it out. But generally, you can see that each of these colors represent a different thread. And you can see the very first one, that's the JavaScript thread. So we're using JSI, which means this C++ code is called on the JavaScript thread, which is very cool, right? But then we immediately, not immediately, usually we do something else, but pretty soon we start calling the crypto thread. So the crypto thread is our encryption thread. Again, we don't want to block the JavaScript thread doing encryption work, so maybe we do some cryptography on there. And then, we want to send that over to the database. So we then will call the database thread. And, well, the database thread does some stuff, and then it's done. And now we want to resolve the promise. Well, to resolve the promise, we got to do that on the JavaScript thread. And so we have to pass it back to JavaScript. And so you got a lot of this kind of indentation throughout our code base. It's not super great, and it's kind of one of the problems we want to kind of address with Rust. Okay, now let's kind of talk about library integration, right? So let's talk about kind of how to do this. So I don't know how many of you guys have tried to integrate like a C++ library on iOS and Android. It's completely different on the two platforms, and on both the platforms, it is a pain, right? So start with Android. First, the typical way I've seen this done in kind of React Native and in Expo is you download the library in your build.gradle. You're like literally downloading it, you're unpacking it, you're maybe putting it in a folder, often doing some pre-compilation step. There's a lot of Gradle code, which I didn't even put Gradle on the slide earlier, but it's another one you got to learn, unfortunately. I guess groovy is the term. So then CMake. Show of hands, who's used CMake here? Oh God, I'm sorry guys. CMake's crazy. It is what people use. It's probably the least crazy of the options, but it is super complicated. And so to get a C++ library working, you got to use CMake. Next, talking about iOS, right? So iOS, you got to have, first of all, download the library into pod file. It's probably a little better than the build.gradle world because you do have like a ecosystem of pod packages, which is cool. But it's still a completely different kind of set of stuff. And now you got to do some Ruby, which also wasn't on the slide earlier. So yeah, and then you got to configure build-in Xcode, which you guys have, I don't know if you've ever upgraded React Native, used the upgrade helper, had one of those diffs on the PBX project file, and just been like, what? Yeah, so yeah, not a lot of fun. So another huge issue. Just to give you guys an idea of what it's like to integrate a C++ project, I'm going to show you the next slide here is what it looked like when we ripped out the gRPC C++ library in our code base. this is the commit here. So this is just going through all the stuff that we got rid of. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love red diffs. OK. All right, so next let's talk about memory safety. Okay, so I know there's a lot of kind of JSI experts in the house, so I'm actually going to kick this out to the audience. Can anyone here point out the memory safety issue? Raise your hand. There is a memory safety bug here, a bad access crash, a seg fault. Anybody? Anybody? Oh, there's nobody. Okay, maybe there aren't a lot of JSI experts in the house. Okay, well, I'll just let you know. Okay, so here's what's going on. So we have at the top, again, the JavaScript thread. Then we call something in the database thread. Things are looking good. And then at the end, we're not even calling, really, as far as we're concerned, we're not calling the JavaScript thread yet. We're just sort of like, okay, we caught an exception, and we're just going to, put it somewhere. It's fine. Should be OK. Well, here's the thing. In JSI, whenever you instantiate something, you pass it to JavaScript runtime, and it does something with the JavaScript runtime. And this is a very capricious situation because, well, it doesn't always crash, right? And that's the thing about memory safety bugs. Things look good. You ship your thing to production, and then you get all these reports from users. Things are crashing unexpectedly. You don't have anything on the JavaScript layer really informing you. It's honestly not super great. So the problem here was this, in fact, has to be run on the JavaScript thread. We have to do that kind of async call again over to JavaScript. OK, and I guess at this point, Varun, you want to take it away?
Yeah, so let me grab the clicker from you.
Switch spots.
Yeah, so as Ashoat mentioned at the start, we've decided to, at Com, add Rust in to kind of alleviate some of these issues. So here you can see we have our C++ code. We use this tool called CXX to then talk to Rust. And then we use the Tokyo runtime, which is an async runtime in Rust, to asynchronously call our code. So if you'll recall, these were the cons that Ashoat mentioned. So I'm going to go one by one and talk about how Rust actually solves them. So the first one, callback hell. So you saw that nested C++ code with a bunch of lambdas, and it wasn't the easiest code to understand. Rust, on the other hand, has async await. So if you've seen JavaScript async await, this is very similar. It's not exactly the same, but it is very similar to the event loop. The next thing is integrating libraries. So you could use CMake, and then within that, you could use like VC package and this tool and that tool. In Rust, there's just one way to do it. You just use cargo. And cargo handles your dependencies, and you also use it to actually compile your binary or library. So very easy, just the way to do it, and you don't have to think about it. And then the last one, memory safety. And this is maybe Rust's greatest advantage, is that although it's low level and gives you a lot of control, it's also memory and type safe. It uses this concept of a borrow checker. So basically at compile time, it'll make sure that anytime you've borrowed data, that it is still alive. The lifetime has not expired yet. And so that's kind of how it makes sure that it's memory safe. So how do we actually go about integrating Rust into our React Native project? We're going to get down into the weeds a little, so bear with me. So the first step is we need a way to manage promises in C++. So if you'll recall, we were passing a JavaScript promise to C++. This is very easy with the JSI. On the other hand, passing that promise to Rust is a little harder because of the limitations of CXX and Rust borrow checker. It doesn't want us to send a reference from C++ to Rust because it doesn't know, it can't be sure what the lifetime is of that value, of that reference. So what we have to do is a little bit of indirection. We basically are going to manage the promise on the C++ side, create a map of IDs to promises, and then when that promise, or when the Rust task is complete, we'll call a callback function, which will then pass in that promise ID. And then on the C++ side, we can resolve the promise. So you can see that's kind of what's happening here in the resolve promise function. OK, here we go. And then the next step, writing the callback. So this is the callback function in C++ that's going to be called by Rust. So when the Rust task is finished, it'll call this. And then the third step, actually implementing the Rust code. So you'll see we have this CXX bridge. This is basically how it's a decorator that tells CXX, which is a tool for basically talking between Rust and C++ using a foreign function interface. And by decorating it with this bridge, we're saying this is where we're defining the code that will be shared to basically communicate between the two languages. And so you'll see we have an extern Rust block, and in there we have our add function, which takes in the two integers that are two numbers that we want to add and our promise ID. And then we have our unsafe extern block, which is the C++ code. And you see we include our Rust callback header, and then we declare the function name that we're going to be calling later from Rust. And then finally, we have to actually call Rust from C++. So this is what our add function looks like without any Rust code. And obviously, this is a very trivial example. So like, you could do this in C++ without any issues. But we're doing it in Rust for the purposes of this demonstration. So this is the C++ only code. And here's our code calling Rust. So you'll see we first add our promise to our Rust promise manager singleton. We get back the ID of that promise. And then we call our Rust add function with our two numbers and that current ID. And then once that finishes running asynchronously on the Rust side, it'll call our callback, which will resolve or reject the promise, resolve it in this case, and then that will be sent back to JavaScript. So we have a short demo.
All right, guys.
Moment of truth.
Oh, yeah, demo time. All right, who here loves numbers? Anyone love numbers? Let's get some numbers from the crowd.
Someone shout some numbers out. What was that?
9?
9?
Yeah, 9. I love 9. Great number. Anyone got another number? 21. Okay. Well, because of my lack of arithmetic skills, I really need this calculator to help me out. Woo! 30. We did it.
Nice, nice.
All right. And I guess that concludes our talk.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Great work.
I love that talk. I'm a little rusty on the subject, but you know. All right. While we prepare our next wonderful speaker, I think last one of this chunk, and then we all get to caffeinate so that we're all ready for the after party and the panel, which again, there will be QR codes littered throughout the screens where you can ask your questions. Please, nothing too personal, because they won't get asked. Jonny has all the power, and again, you can bribe him, a lot of the time with compliments or snacks, to get your question into the panel of experts. Let you know. Somebody told me that you can't, if I just stand here, you can't see my swag, so I'm going to hold it up and try to balance my software mansion swag. Can you see it? Do you like it? Is it great?
Lights up. Just need to
Alex, who is going to come up next, is French, which you can tell from all the vowels in his name, which I think he stole from our Polish speakers, and they've just not evened out yet. He's going to talk a little bit about performance, which isn't every talk really a performance? I think it's so impressive for someone to take something they love and stand up here in front of all of you, ungrateful, frankly, audience, and perform for us and prepare content. And they do it all to teach. So can we have a clap for all of our speakers who work so hard and they put in so many hours? Before I introduce Alex, how many of you here have given a conference talk before? A few of you. How many of you would like to give a conference talk one day? A few. It's not binding, don't worry. You don't have to do it. How many of you find it absolutely terrifying? Not a chance ever. Yep, right here. That's okay. You can be back support. Anyway, are we ready, my darling? Well, I'm very excited to introduce Mr. Moureaux here, who is an expert for your entertainment and learning. So please welcome him with a big applause.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here again in beautiful Krakow. I've had a blast for the past 2 days. I hope you did too. And I hope you still have a bit of energy before the next break, because I got a lot of cool things to show off. I'm Alex. I've worked at BAM for the past 7 years, developing mobile apps in React Native mostly. And I specialize in mobile apps performance. And if you know me, you know that I often tell this story of we had a client a while ago coming to us, contracting us to build a mobile app and a web app sharing code. Well, you know, if you've been following this conference, you know that, yeah, this is what we do, right? So we thought, super cool. What was really interesting about this client was that they had a lot of technical standards, which was really nice. And specifically on the subject of performance, on the web, they told us this metric that we should have, that our Lighthouse scores on all of the web pages should be over 90. So if you don't know what Lighthouse is, I Googled it the other day, and apparently it's a movie starring Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe. So, you know, Google doesn't know me at all, evidently. This is a screenshot from my actual phone. No, the one I'm talking about is this one. You know, you go to Google Chrome. You can get on any web page, basically click a button, and instantly you get a performance report. For funsies, I tried it out with Google.com. Ironically, the score was only 80 out of 100, which I thought was ironic because, you know, Lighthouse is also from Google. But anyway. Client's requirement on the web, Lighthouse score over 90. That's a nice metric to follow. On the app, they just told us the app should not lag. Period. So I thought, OK, how can we actually measure scientifically that the app is not lagging? So I turned to Google for answers, because ChatGPT not a thing at the time. And I came across this gold standard by Google that the app should run at 60 FPS. Actually, more for certain devices. Because, you know, an app is basically like a movie. It's animated pictures. If you scroll through Instagram, the app is going to be responsible to draw 60 images per second of your screen going up to give you an impression of smooth scrolling. But is that enough? Well, you've heard William call it le nerf de la guerre. Of course, some other metrics like the JS thread usage come into play if we're React Native developers. For example, here I have an app, beautifully designed, I must say, with a kill.js button that runs like very expensive calculation on the JS thread. So of course, if I click it, then I can click me, nothing happens until kill.js finishes, and then poof, OK. It works. So we need to take that into account as well. And if you were here last year, you know that I presented the Performance Monitor Flipper plugin that takes both of these into the account, JS and UI, and at the end of it, gives you a performance score for what you're doing in the app when you were measuring. I think this was already pretty cool, and we got a lot of nice feedback on it. But how far are we actually from the Lighthouse dream? So Lighthouse, you can actually take any app and measure its performance. Here, we do have to install the Flipper plugin. Also, we can only measure debug apps because, well, you don't want to have Flipper in production, actually. And to be honest, it's kind of limited. It just checks UI and JS FPS. It doesn't really embrace everything that can happen to check the impact of big changes like, oh, if you're switching to new architecture, for example, how do you know if your performance is better or worse? There's a question is, can we do better? Well, today, I am very thrilled to present to you the new project we've been working on, which is called Flashlight. The joke being that Flashlight is kind of like a pocket lighthouse, so like a mobile lighthouse, so suitable for a lighthouse for mobile apps. So let me show you a quick demo. The quickest way to use it is actually via a Flipper plugin. You can also use it via CLI quite easily. Let me reduce this view here. And so here's my real phone that I'm sharing. And let's say I have yet another beautifully designed app, example app, with 2 fantastic buttons. I did not install anything on the app. I can just open the Flashlight plugin, click Auto Detect here, hit Start Measuring, and instantly, I'm going to get a performance score on my app, which will actually depend on what I do. So for example, if I click Kill.js, of course, my score is going down. I can see my frame rate also. So if I click Kill UI, actually, my phone is quite good, so I have to really kill the UI to make the FPS really go down. Of course, I'm killing the UI thread, so the FPS is going down. But I also get a bunch of other metrics, like CPU usage and CPU usage per thread. For example, this is the JS thread, so if I click Kill.js, I can see the JS thread CPU usage going much higher. Basically, with the previous plugin, you had 0 JS FPS. This is what you wanted to avoid. Here, you need to avoid the CPU going to 100 because this means the app will be unresponsive. You also get RAM usage, and actually, you can even inspect all the threads that you have in your app, which might be useful. For example, here we have the UI thread again when I click the button. So already, I think this is pretty cool. We have a nice improvement over the previous plugin. I don't need to install anything. I got a lot of other metrics for my app, but it doesn't really stop there, because basically, I can test any app with that. They can be in debug. They can be in production. They don't even have to be in React Native. I don't even have to own them. For example, I could go ahead and measure scrolling performance of Twitter, which is actually pretty good because, well, my device is pretty good, but, might want to compare performance between Twitter and Blue Sky, for science. This would be one of the ways to do it. All right, so this is Flashlight. It's worth noting that it only works on Android so far. If you do want to have iOS support for it, you can voice it on the GitHub repository. There's an issue actually detailing it, but it's worth noting that there's a massive performance difference between the most sold iPhone. This was the most sold iPhone in France in 2021. Basically, it can actually run JavaScript 10 times as fast as the most sold Android phone in France in 2021, according to geekbench.com. So this is why we focus a bit more on Android. All right, but if you were here last year, you know that I talked about one thing, and this is the fact that performance measures are not deterministic. So, if you measure your app startup time, maybe at some point it's going to be 4 seconds, and the next time it's going to be 3.9. And you'll be like, oh, I shaved off 0.1 second. Hey, maybe it's just randomness. You don't really know that. So last year I said, to make your measures as deterministic as possible, there's a few things we can do. Average your measures over several iterations. As much as possible, keep the same conditions, network, etc., for every measure, and automate the behavior you want to test. But dang it, isn't that just annoying and time-consuming, right? Well, luckily, I'm really happy to tell you that Flashlight also got you covered, because via the CLI, you have the Flashlight test comment. How it works, basically, is you can pass any end-to-end test, or even ADB comment that does stuff in your app, And if you were like, oh, end-to-end tests, that sounds really annoying to do, actually, you can check out Henry's talk next. You might be in for a surprise. And essentially, Flashlight Test, what it's going to do is it's going to run your end-to-end test several times. It's going to gather performance metrics and output them in a JSON file. Basically, yeah, kind of an ugly JSON file. But there is then actually a command that you can use on the CLI to actually open this JS file and have your report just like you would have in Flipper. So here, we were actually measuring scrolling performance in one of our apps that was using a flat list. And it was pretty terrible, score 3 out of 100. So what did we do to improve it? Well, we switched flat list for flash list. A lot of fla. And so we reran the test with the newly updated APK with flash list and got another JSON of measures. But what's really nice is that to easily check the impact of the change, you can actually run Flashlight report with your first JSON of measures and your second JSON of measures, and you actually get a report with a comparison. We had a lot of heavy UI components, so flash list was much better. What I really like is that, yeah, you have the graphs with neat colors, and you can easily see that, for example, CPU usage is just much better for flash list in yellow than it is for flat list in blue here. It's worth noting that there's actually no correlation between flashlight and flash list, except, well, a lot of letters. And yeah, the fact that using flash list tend to make your flashlight score go up. All right, but can we do better? Because if you think about it, well, Lighthouse, it was, the promise was simple. You take any website, you pass it, and boom, performance score. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just take any app, pass it to something, and get a performance score? Well, I'm very happy today, this is what I'm actually most thrilled about today, to present to you Flashlight.dev. And let me show you how it works. So essentially, Flashlight.dev, let me just increase this. Flashlight.dev is a website where you can just drag and drop your APK. So here I have a sample React Native app. Let's see what it looks like. It's just a basic Twitter clone in React Native. And the only thing I need to do, so Wi-Fi is a bit slow, but don't worry, I got the report. We'll skip to the end of it probably. But the only thing that you need to do to get your time to interactive is here to say what text will appear in the app when it has finished loaded. So for example, here when the app is loaded, it will display Dojo Wordle here. So I'll just put it here. And when the APK has finished uploading, I can just click Send me my performance report. Then what's going to happen is basically Flashlight is going to run the test command in the cloud for you, outputting a bunch of logs like this, running 10 iterations of your test. So it's going to be starting the app, waiting for something to be visible, Dojo Wordle, and then gather performance metrics. So at the end of it, you will be able to automatically get the performance report like this. Just by drag and dropping the APK, filling in an input, clicking submit, waiting 10 minutes, boom, you have it. What's really cool about this as well is, well, you get all the same metrics. And one of the features that were widely asked for when we were in private beta is that you can actually check on the graphs, and the video of the test actually follows. So for example, here you might be wondering, what is this peak CPU usage? Well, of course, here the app is starting and we're displaying stuff. So this is why this is happening. It's worth noting as well that since this is running 10 iterations, we can also see each iterations individually and go through them. but we default to showing just the average. So I feel like with Flashlight.dev, we're coming really, really close to the Lighthouse dream. And I'm really happy to say that it is actually now in public beta. So you can all go to flashlight.dev, basically upload your APK, and it's totally free, at least for now, while we can pay the bills, because we're actually running those on a real device in the cloud. And you can get your performance score. Can we do... Can we do even better? Because you might be thinking like, OK, this is cool, but I only have like startup performance. What if I need to like just log in on my app to just display the score and everything? What if I want to do something else in my app, like testing scrolling performance? Well, we also have the Flashlight Cloud comment. So you can actually use it on CLI, upload an APK, upload a Maestro test, and you can basically measure the performance of anything you would do on your app in the cloud. And it's actually quite easy to integrate with any CI, and we particularly love EAS. So we have a doc to actually add an EAS hook to your app so that every time you submit to production, for example, you get your performance score. All right, but one last thing. Who of you will have the best Flashlight score? Because I'd like to introduce the Flashlight launch contest starting now and until next week. Basically, to get a nice prize, all you need to do is go to flashlight.dev, get your app stat score, just tweet at BAMLab and share a screenshot of your Flashlight report, and your app also preferably. And we'll publish the top scores next week, and the top score will actually receive a cool prize. Just a few conditions, though. Your app should be on the Play Store with over 100 downloads, because otherwise, you could just like init a new Expo project and probably get 100 out of 100 score. That would be maybe too easy. That would be smart to do, sure. And also, please fill the what text will appear field. You don't need to fill it to get your actual score, but it's nice to get the TTI. All right. Actually, I have a little bit of time left. That's amazing. So I'll actually switch to some slides that I didn't think I would be able to do. It's all the things we want to do next, because actually, we're very eager to hear about your feedback. But like I said, one thing that Flashlight cannot do is explore the app on its own. So we actually want to be experimenting with app auto-exploration so that you just have to drag and drop your app, and actually Flashlight would be able to tell you if your performance is actually good or not. We also want to be adding more metrics. We think battery life, for example, is a very important metric to be having. And network also could be cool. And yeah, deal a bit more with stats, because average, if you have doubled a bit with stats, you know that it's not necessarily the best thing. But yeah, in any case, let us definitely know what you think. And all right, yeah, that's pretty much it for it. Go to Flashlight Dev, get your performance score. I will be over there at the BAM's booth, actually, because now there is a break. So if you have any questions, or if you want to show off that you have a cool score or need any help with getting your score, feel free to talk to me.
You guys, my app isn't faster yet. Am I doing it wrong? I think he was lying. Anyway, we have a break now with an expert panel up on the mezzanine. We have a live panel on the screen. Cedric's going to be down here in the live panel. Our experts are, I think, Vít and Arthur and Ashoat. So if you have any questions about Rust or dark mode or open source, yeah, you can go upstairs. Also, last call for beers in this break or no break. So if you want them, go get them. And yeah, have a good time. Bye.
There is a place in the center of Europe where everything is possible. And every moment can mean everything. We will take you on a journey you will never forget, where imagination meets science and entrepreneurial creativity. Unique, our Krakow experience.
And if you want to become a Node.js developer that can build end-to-end applications, join our thriving community at nodejs.dev, and I'm going to help you master full-stack mobile development by building applications users love.
Cool like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary guy, let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the wake up, get out the sheets. We came from one man, forget that piece. You take the west side, take out the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the
I hear them chatting in noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear them chat with the boys, man so tough, but man keep rocking. Just too sharp with the boys, white girls better tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch man, please use caution, 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 caution.
Okay, so welcome everybody back to our last studio live of the day. Last but not least, we'd like to introduce Cedric van Putten. So, hello, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
Okay, and so I wanted to ask how you've been enjoying App.js so far.
Ooh, it's great. It's another really good year. Last year I was here too. Same venue, same beautiful people. Even more this time, I believe.
Yeah.
So it has been phenomenal.
Awesome. And yeah, so my first question is I just wanted to ask how you actually ended up working in Expo, because I think there's kind of a funny story.
Oh boy. Yeah, so App.js, this is the 3rd edition, right? So I joined the 1st edition. I believe it was 2019. And I just enjoyed the vibes. I just went nuts. I met everybody. I met a lot of people from Software Mansion. I also met a lot of people from Expo. And, well, one thing led to another, and now I'm here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a long story, but yeah.
Long story short, right?
Let's skip a few parts.
Yeah.
So during your talk, you've announced this amazing VS Code Expo extension. Could you share, like, what was the greatest obstacle when implementing that?
Yeah, of course. So the biggest obstacle was that the inspector protocol was mostly designed for web. So some functionality really gears towards that. But web isn't the same as native. Like native, we're limited in certain storage ways. So we have to find workarounds for that. And I think that was the biggest one that we had to overcome. We have some workarounds in place for Network Inspector to be able to show you 10 MBs videos or images in the preview tab. But yeah, I'm glad everything worked out and we got it working properly.
Thanks.
Yeah, so speaking about your talk, I know that you announced VS Code Expo. So I was wondering if you wanted to tell us a little bit about how it works.
Yeah, of course. So the trick is to do as few things as possible, right? So it is already an implemented specification. So what I did was I looked at Node.js, I looked at Hermes, I looked at all the possibilities or the options that were available in VS Code right now. And what I did was basically bridging the gap between what was missing and not re-implementing anything. So how it works is the VS Code extension basically pings Metro to see if there are any apps available. And once there is, and we can debug it, it reuses the exact same thing we do for Node.js. So we're not creating anything new there. We're just connecting the dots.
Oh, amazing. So many announcements this year going from Expo. And Expo is trying to go through all the pain points from React Native and going through Expo Router, fixing the upgrade system, also debugging from you. What do you think are the next improvements that Expo as a whole could take in the whole ecosystem?
Ooh, that's a rough question. There are so many things that we still want to improve. And if you take a look at like the React Native survey with the biggest pain points or the missing features, like some of them took us a very, very long time to build out, like the config plugins and pre-build to fix upgrades, right? So that's good now, but some of them are super, super hard to fully build out throughout the community. It took us 1 or 1.5 years to actually get pre-built and config plugins through third-party libraries as well. So we really have to take a closer look at things we can fix right now or things we have to set in motion to fix later. And I think one of them might actually be like navigation with Expo Router that we're going to fix properly. And since we're already starting on it, like maybe styling with CSS, but who knows? Who knows how far we can go?
Yeah, okay. So thank you so much for joining us. And thank you to everybody that's been watching us from home. It's been a joy to kind of be able to speak with all of these interesting people here at Studio Live. So thank you very much, Cedric.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
And thank you, Kacper, for helping, with all the Studio Live.
Thanks as well.
Yeah, so we'll be getting back to our talks in a short while. And yeah, thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
There is a place in the center of Europe where everything is possible. And every moment can mean everything. We will take you on a journey you will never forget, where imagination meets science and entrepreneurial creativity. Unique, our Krakow experience.
And if you want to become a Node.js developer that can build end-to-end applications, join our thriving community at nodejs.dev, and I'm going to help you master full-stack mobile development by building applications users love.
All right, let's get the show on the road, finally. Shout out your people. We have 2 more talks, and then our super expert panel, and then some words after the panel from software management people, so that's going to be really exciting, so don't go away. I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker, joining us from London. Any Londoners in the crowd? Yes, 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 me too, nice, nice. Not to be all like commercial about it, but you should check out Yonder, which is a super cool like credit card with rewards thing, and we love it. But it's London specific. So please help me welcome our honored guest, Henry Moulton.
Thanks, Eli. Hi, everyone. This test is about Maestro and testing at Yonder. And you can find me on Twitter at Henry Moulton. And as Eli said, if you're a Londoner, you might want to go check out yondercard.com. So I'm Henry. I used to do freelance contract React Native, and today I lead mobile development at Yonder. You can find me at Henry Moulton for React Native tweets. And how I got into React Native. So I actually started with something that wasn't React Native. Back in 2015, I was in Silicon Valley for the summer as a student, working on an app. And Ionic was the first mobile cross-platform tool that had a really great developer experience. Sadly, it did not live up to the promise of create amazing apps. It used HTML5 web views, and a year later, I then came across this thing called Exponent, now Expo. Build native apps in JS that just works across iOS and Android. The idea of cross-platform being obvious just stuck in my head. And even now in 2023, we're still in this duopoly of iOS and Android. And I'd just like to shout out, back then, 2016, I'd sort of come from that Angular world, and I really didn't know too much React.
So it's a little shout out to Brent, Charlie, and Joanne, all members of the Expo team still today, for being helpful back then. If they weren't, I'm really not too sure to be standing here today. So there's 3 parts to this talk: testing at Yonder, Maestro, and a little bit about ideas for testing in the future. So section 1, testing at Yonder. So just to set the context, what is Yonder? Yonder is a new fintech startup. So we're going to have unique sort of testing constraints. We're in fintech, so we're regulated, so we've sort of got to be doing a bit of testing. We're also startups, so we want to be able to move fast. Although started in 2021, we are not buy now, pay later, cryptocurrency, Web3, or part of the metaverse. Our first product is a rewards credit card. You spend £210 at Airbnb, you get 210 points. £1, 1 point. And then for every pound you spend, you can rack up those points to spend on restaurants and bars and experiences across London. For example, Cricket is a really great Indian food restaurant in London. And let's say you had racked up 3,500 points, would cover your entire meal and drinks for up to £100. And to give you a bit more about the timeline of how we developed it, Tim, Thiso, and Harry, the co-founders of Yonder, started in early 2021. And then myself, a backend engineer, a designer, and a marketing guy called Tom joins the team in June. We have our first prototype card done by October, and then we launched in February 2022. Yonder's initial sort of proposition is quite a premium card. If you've come across like an Amex Gold, or maybe in the US, a Chase Sapphire Reserved. But we're going to be launching multiple products over the lifetime. We're happy to announce we've just raised our Series A. TechCrunch called us Amex meets Secret NYC for Gen Z. I'm not too sure what that means. But I can tell you, at Yonder, we're really committed to making really, really great React Native apps. So section 2, Maestro. So this is really split into 2 bits. What testing was I doing before Maestro? And then as a result of that, why do I bet on Maestro today? So when I joined Yonder, the only design, I didn't have any screens. I only had this flowchart. We hadn't really figured out the product at all. All we knew is there'd be a credit card flow sign up. And this is actually the most, it's far, far more complicated now. But I'd just left Amazon, where I'd be doing some Appium and end-to-end there. And it was a really big transition going back to an early stage startup. Why is that? The reality is most startups die. I spent the last 2 years thinking about testing for a fintech startup that wants to safely move quickly, but could die. And just for some context, at the time before we raised Series A, which we announced just a few weeks ago, it was actually really hard to get that done. Only about 30% of founders who raise a seed round will go on to raise an A. And so I was sort of in the situation where you probably can't be a financial app with some tests. Shout out to Katie's talk on payments, where he's sort of saying, you sort of have to have tests for this stuff. But no startup succeeds because it has tests. They succeed because they find a great product and a great market that wants that product. And so when I was sort of devising a bit of a strategy, I came back to this banger of an old tweet: write tests, not too many, mostly integration. And that sort of led to 3 rules for testing at Yonder. We sort of write the tests as requirements, so this is called outside-in testing. We don't isolate code during testing. So concretely for UI, this is a bit surprising, but what we actually do, any sort of integration test, we render the entire app using React Native testing libraries you're about to see. And we only use mocks for our external systems. So concretely for UI, that's often the API server state that you're going to render some UI from. So when we're starting a new feature, we'll often sit down with Craig, the designer, and myself, and maybe a backend engineer, and just think about the feature holistically and say, hey, what are the tests that's sort of the requirements for this feature? And then when we go into writing one, you can see we're sort of setting up that API endpoint with a mock server at the top. We're rendering everything with that sort of render app helper. And then we're using Jest and React Native testing library in this sort of fashion of what I call sort of like headless end-to-end. And then doing some assertions as a result of that. And actually last year, I was sort of in this situation where I was using GitHub Actions 8GB runners. And I was in this situation where rendering lots of React Tree in RAM, in Jest, is really RAM hungry. And what I've sort of found is that those little 8GB runners sort of flake. And so actually my tip is, if you do go down this route, self-host using a super high RAM CI machine. About, anecdotally for us right now, 2 years in, 128 GB of RAM is ideal. You don't have to use AWS, GCP. You can just buy a machine or just get a dedicated server, set up GitHub self-hosted runner, and just use that. And then as a result of that, you just get all of your tests running in less than a minute. But I mean, end-to-end testing was still on my mind and still is today. Thanks to Jonny Berger, who's speaking next, he actually managed to get hold of Coinbase's apps package JSON. You can sort of see, like, it's really clear, if you're an established app in the React Native ecosystem, you're probably using something like Detox or Appium to do a bit of end-to-end testing. But having done that in the past, I just always came to the conclusion the tooling just hasn't been good. And actually, interestingly, that seems to be, if I were to bet, the case also in the native world. Here's an excerpt from a primer on automated mobile testing, which is a really great article I recommend checking out. But it says it's from an ex-Uber engineer. At Uber, for instance, we only had a handful of UI tests for many years. Similarly, Airbnb, Robinhood, and Shopify have invested heavily in unit and screenshot testing, but have only a small number of UI tests. And I mean, maybe you're not familiar with these tools, but if you are, how does Detox and Appium, when you use them, make you feel? You know, to borrow a bit from Inside Out's, the film from Disney Pixar, you know, what sort of emotions are you sort of feeling here? Like, because you know what you want. You just want green ticks in your CI. But at the moment, speaking to engineers, listening to people's experiences on podcasts, and coming to conferences and talking about it, you know, what you end up getting is setup time, sometimes a week, to just get Appium running, flakiness, weird selectors, breaking on library and React Native upgrades, no first-class CI infrastructure, a bit like ES build, and bad Expo support. So, you know, if you're lucky, you're feeling a little sad, but sometimes you just feel that flakiness and you're just like, ah. Why do I bet on Maestro? So what is Maestro? It's an end-to-end testing framework for mobile.dev. It's growing with the community. It's 8 months old. And it started by Leland, who led mobile platform at Uber. They actually started mobile.dev. It's sort of an interesting story. They started focused on performance testing, and they built this sort of end-to-end testing product to enable for performance monitoring. So it would sort of click through your app, measure the performance, not too dissimilar from Alex's previous talk. And they showed it to customers. And then all the customers sort of said, actually, it's the end-to-end tool that we really want. They're new, but they're ambitious. They really call themselves the next era of testing. And I spoke to some of the Maestro team, and there's some really cool stuff that they're going to work on in the future that they're happy to share that's on their mind. You know, for a while, for the last few years, we've sort of seen in the React Native ecosystem, there's maybe like a screenshot testing tool or a performance monitoring tool, and they're sort of fragmented. They have different dependencies. They have different maintainers. But as we've sort of seen with Expo, sometimes it's really nice for a company to just say, hey, we're going to handle all of it. And they also have big ambitions to be a platform for mobile too, mentioning things like feature flags. But when it comes to Maestro, what I love about it, it's simple. Anyone can write Maestro tests. Writing these tests is as simple as using your app, which I'm about to show you in a second, which means your designer, PM, QA, or even your mom could write them. So I'm just going to jump into the demo. So here we can see I'm just typing in Maestro Studio. I've got my simulator up on the right-hand side. And it's going to open a web browser. And then on the left-hand side, you can see I've got a sort of representation of my simulator with the entire view hierarchy I'm able to look at. And I'm just going to drop in the Wikipedia app. So one thing that's really great about Maestro, if you start using it, is they give you sample demos that you can quickly use to get going. And so I'm just going to show you how easy it is to get started writing a test using Maestro. So you can click around in the inspector on the left-hand side to get the pieces of the UI that you want to tap on. So you can click skip, and it's going to skip through that. And we're just going to be focused on writing a test that searches for React Native, and then saves it, and then checks that it's saved. So I'm going to tap on search. I'm going to tap on my text input. And then I'm going to input text using the input text command. And then I'm going to tap on the first result. Interesting here, if you notice that, there's a tap on point. So you do get that ability to tap on specific areas of the screen if you don't have an ID. I wouldn't recommend that usually, but it's just for an illustration of you being able to prototype quite quickly, just get something working. And then you can tap on save for later, and then you can head back. And then it's going to head back to the main screen, go to the saved tab, exit out of the modal, and then verify, assert that that React Native text is visible in that tab, in that screen. And that's it. And then you can bundle all those up and export them. It gives you the code straight away. And you can take that, you can copy and paste that into your IDE, start working on the test again, or you can just save that YAML file, and then maybe you can like commit that, send that over, something like that. So let's go jump back to the presentation. So yeah, so maybe you've got your tests now that you've had written out. Maybe it's done by a QA, and you can put that, and you can commit that, and you can run it locally. But they've also, similar to EAS builds, they're also investing really heavily in their own cloud solution. And you know, similarly, I really like embracing when I don't have to figure out CI stuff. I'm a mobile developer. As much as I've, in the past, bought Mac Minis to set them up to run detox tests and do the whole thing and save to GitHub Actions, it's not something I really want to be maintaining. And you know, the panel that they have there lets you see recording straight away. It gives you the commands, hierarchy, and logs, all really out of the box. You can set up it using GitHub Actions to automatically run. You can actually also pipe your EAS build outputs to Maestro. And the question is, you know, is it a game changer? It's simple to write. It's easy to execute. They have a great, passionate team behind it, an active community. And while they're still early in their mission, I think they're really focused on getting there. If anything, it really reminds me about, you know, Exponent back in 2016. They're committed to the cause, and I think they're going to go on to do really good things. So section 3, just some ideas about testing. So, you know, coming from startups, I'm still really aware of this sort of on the other end of the spectrum, right? As a piece of software becomes more mature and relied on, the value of its tests increases. And there's some extreme examples where actually maybe the test code is more valuable than the application code. So maybe you've heard of SQLite, and maybe you've used it from Expo, and there's also a JSI version with React Native Quick SQLite. An interesting fact about SQLite, it has 608 times as much test code and test scripts than application code. 608 times. You know, but it has to be relied on airplanes. You know, if you have a crash, SQLite is deployed to everywhere, by the way. It's on everyone's mobile phones. It's on probably toasters and fridges. But it's also relied on by Airbus for airplane control. And you know, it's a bit, you know, a mobile crash on your phone is, you know, maybe a 1-star review, but an airplane crash is a disaster. So idea number 2, when writing recordable tests becomes simple, your tests can become part of your app's requirements and specification. Tests can be the start of your new iteration. You know, you can sort of write out, even, you know, your designer could write out your test and say, hey, I think it should be doing this. And then it's up to you, maybe you work together on that, and then you go on and iterate, you use the Figma documentation, so use your Figma designs to complete that. And then later, once you've shipped that feature, you can then use those screen recordings as demos and docs for your whole organization to, as you expand your product over time, to understand all those small little niche features that, you know, aren't often used, and you often think, hey, how does that work again? And you can potentially also, you know, if this stuff gets good enough, just say, hey, if this end-to-end test passed, it's done. We'll mark it as completed in Linear or Jira or whatever you're using. And I just think there's a lot of potential here. Third idea. When it's easy to pull in code from libraries and AI, it makes tests more important. So, you know, it's been a really wild sort of 6-8 months with ChatGPT and Copilot. But I've sort of come to this sort of conclusion or thought that when code is generated, it really makes tests become more important during the review process. And tests might become a really important part. You know, if we're thinking about like ChatGPT v5, v10, wherever this goes, tests might become a really important part of ensuring that AI is aligned with the requirements of that code it's meant to be generating. And so, you know, thinking a few years down the line, does writing the correct test become the most important part of our jobs? And does the specification become the product? Thank you so much.
I have a phone. It is not my phone. is a phone that somebody has left up on the mezzanine. So if you got a fun, sort of bumpy case, come find me. And if you can unlock it, it's yours. Anyone lost a phone? It looks like this. It is not necessarily the latest model, so don't get any ideas. But just so you know, this is what we have. Okay, now that that is out of the way, I'm gonna, well, he left. That's great. I have that effect on people. Maybe it's his phone. He's like, shit. I'm gonna invite Jonny in a second to come out and talk to you. Yeah, I don't have any housekeeping for you until after his talk, so we can just introduce him. Where's my whistle people? Are they gone? The like people? That's so nice and so bad. All right, my stomping people are still vaguely here? All right, well, I guess we're whooping. Bunch of whoops for Jonny.
Hello. Hello, React Native developers. What a week it's been, right? So many talks. Every second talk is a new announcement that completely changes the game. Honestly, I am so impressed by how much building is going on here at App.js Conf. Really amazing, unique conference. And this is the final talk, I promise. And I have one last little treat for you, a little dessert. We're going to make a video in React Native. And by that, I mean an actual MP4 file that users will be able to share. My name is Jonny Burger. This is my Twitter handle. And I am the creator of a framework called Remotion. Remotion allows you to programmatically create a video and export it as an MP4 video. Not too long ago, I was a React Native developer and was inspired by libraries like Reanimated and, for example, William's YouTube channel, and had the idea to make a framework for creating videos in React. 2 years later, it has become a full-blown framework that can have interactive previews and render videos in the cloud. Here is maybe our biggest spot in the limelight so far. Last December, we have partnered with GitHub to create their year in review campaign. And as you can see, people can have their personalized video and share it on Twitter. And this is a very good thing because native video performs much better than, for example, just posting a link or posting a picture. That's how the algorithm works nowadays. So there's a big opportunity in native video. And what you have just seen was all made in Remotion using web technology, HTML, CSS, and SVG. All right, let's go to the basics. How does a video work? And I was inspired by this example of the little sticker that you maybe have on your laptop now. The galloping horse is a great example that shows that a video is essentially just a series of images that change over time. And instead of saying, OK, let's first take frame 1, then frame 2, we do this in Remotion in a declarative way, because Remotion is a declarative framework. So we use a hook to get the current time, and based on that, render an image. So this is how you would do the galloping horse in Remotion. Now, it's been a while since we launched Remotion, and one question has been coming up again and again. Does remotion work with React Native? When will the integration come? And, well, obviously, I'm going to announce that we're going to do it. Here is a demo for remotion on React Native. So let me make it clear that today I just want to render an MP4 video. We're not going to take care of all the things that are currently possible in remotion and that are desirable, but we have to start somewhere. And we're not going to worry about audio codecs, not at all about performance, and all the other things not. But we are going to create a video. All right. Let me introduce you to our game plan. In a first step, we're going to create some basic state that will, so that we have a scaffold and we know what is the current time, what is the width of the video, the duration, etc. Then we are going to mount a regular React component, and that will be our canvas. The third step will be to screenshot each frame using the excellent React Native ViewShot library. And step 4, we encode it into an MP4 video using FFmpeg. And step 5, we win. Actually, let's quit out of Keynote already, and let's get our hands dirty in VS Code. So, step 1, let's create a scaffold. Here, I've been trying to reuse the existing remotion contexts so that we can also use the remotion hooks in React Native later. And this might not tell you what exactly is going on, but I want to tell you that under the hood, we are essentially just using useState to keep track of the current timestamp and whether the video is playing or not. And you could also just do that. It's not much more complicated than that. And then we say that if the video is playing, then we just quickly update our canvas so that it has a different time continuously. And OK, the point is it will animate. So if I now play the video, you can see that the horse is galloping. And yes, this horse is completely stolen from the new React Native reanimated documentation. And I just met the guy who has drawn the horse, and he has noticed. So I hope software mention is not mad. Otherwise, you will now hear them cut off my mic, but it's still on. So it's all good. OK. This is the code. We just take the SVG paths, the current time, and we change the SVG. We can also do more types of animation. So let's say we want to change the background color. Remotion has an API called interpolate colors. Let's say red. And then we take this out. Let's see if this works. Yes. So the idea stays very simple. we render a different React Native view based on the current time. And we can also update the different dimensions. So this would be a widescreen video. Here we have a square video. These are good for Instagram. And this is kind of the story mode. OK, we have rendered a horse. That doesn't seem very useful. So here is an example that you might actually want to use. So let's say we are coding a running app, and we want users to export their route as an Instagram story, for example. And let me pull up the component for that. And we have some views, we have some SVG, we have some text, and we animate the opacity over time, use stroke-array, stroke-offset to create some simple animations. We can also use images. So, let me just do that. Here I just took some pictures of beautiful Krakow. And here we use the remotion interpolate function. Interpolating basically means is if the time changes, we also change a specific value. Here we just change the margin left and margin top values. So we have a framework for animating stuff. Now, how do we turn it into a video? It's very easy. We just uncomment the line that I have commented in. Here we go. Here is our render button. Let's pause the video and trigger a render. Right now, we are making screenshots using React Native ViewShot and then passing it to React Native FFmpeg. Let's see if it worked. Here we go. It's that simple. OK, so there are a few considerations. What if it's a small phone, but we actually want to create a full HD video? What if we want to create a 4K video? Just screenshotting will not do the job. And this is, while what you're seeing is actually scaling the canvas. So maybe you notice if I go to widescreen, the text is a lot smaller. This is because this is just a 1920 by 1080 full HD canvas that is scaled down to fit the view. And we can show the preview, but we don't even have to show the preview. So I can just comment this out. And what you are seeing while we are rendering is not the actual view. It's just the images that have been created. And we can also remove that. So the point is, even though it's screenshotting, you can also do it with no UI at all. All right. How does it work exactly? I realize I haven't shown you the magic, so let me do that. Even this is pretty straightforward. We set the time to the initial time, and then we just make a loop, regular for loop. We update the time, we capture an image. Here we have some callback stuff and do some platform-specific stuff. In the end, we used React Native FFmpeg kit to turn it into a video and save it to the gallery. A small side story. I wanted to save it to the gallery, but when I tested it on Android, it did not work because Android 13 Tiramisu was introducing some new permissions. And I was finding a bug in Expo Media Library. And the guy who is maintaining that, he was also coming to the conference. He came up to me yesterday after the talk when everybody was already having beers. We were sitting here on the stairs. We debugged it. And we have found the issue. So Expo team, there is a PR waiting for you. And a big shout out to Alan Hughes. All right. This almost seemed too easy, so let me draw your attention to this slide that explains why what I have just done essentially sucks super hard. The biggest problem, of course, is performance. We are actually re-rendering a React Native view many times a second. And this is kind of an anti-pattern. To avoid doing this, libraries have been invented, animated, reanimated, etc., that make it not necessary to draw this many times. But I think we can kind of get away with it, question mark. I think on the web, it's okay. Remotion works there, many people use it. But on mobile, it is, of course, much more critical. Also, there has been no work on adding audio. And you can also not embed an existing video into your new video. And let's say these images were network images, and they would appear in the middle of the video. You would want to wait for these images to be loaded before you take the screenshot, and that is also not implemented at the moment. But this is it. This is the current status of the experiment. I built it out, and now I want to hear the feedback from the React Native community. Do you want this? Do you need this? How do you want this? How do you need this? Should we build it? And let's open the discussion, and let's have the discussion on remotiondev/native, where you can go and check out the sample project today. I hope I have put enough warning labels to not make you use this in production. But if there's demand, then maybe we'll build it. That's already been it. I want to thank to the conference organizers for an amazing experience, and to you, the audience, because with you, I can steal horses.
All right.
Well, the talks might be over, but the event is not over yet. We still have an expert panel.
A big one.
In just a few minutes. And the folks over here are going to start setting up the stage. You'll see, maybe let's give an applause to all of the people who have worked incredibly hard to make this event possible. I don't want to be one of those like inside baseball people, but I've been to a lot of conferences, and the team here, the technical team, the organizers, the software management people are honestly one of the best teams that I've ever had the opportunity to see work. So
They
again,
have been on all day, and they've been working super hard to make us look a little bit good, which is already a very hard problem.
yes. But of course, every event, you know, as great as it has been, is not perfect, and we want to make the event even better next year. So there will be a survey sent to all of you to the email that you used to buy the ticket. Please, please, please do keep an eye out on the survey and tell us how we did. You know, we, of course, the MCs, but also the organizers, the whole event, and how we can improve next year.
If you liked the hosting, I'm Ellie. If you didn't, this is Jonny. So put that in your review. Surveys, I know, sometimes can like fall to the bottom of your inbox, but it is very helpful to make it even better every year.
Sounds like you learned a trick or two from Caddy's five-star talk.
5 stars, any other amount. I have some important after party information to tell you. Is anyone planning to go to the after party? Hell yeah. We gonna boogie down, have a little bit of drinks. Okay, hold on, 2 seconds. The party. Okay, fact number 1 about the party, it is open bar. On me, no, just kidding. Thank you to our sponsors and our organizers, thank you. The other fun fact is that there will be snacks, but no big proper dinner. So if you want to grab something bigger on the way to absorb all of the open bar, it is a snack-only party. They're going to be good, but, you know, just in case you're a foodie. Fact number 3, it is walking distance. It's in the city center. The weather is amazing. So highly encourage you to walk there, see the sights, go with a group, take some friends, etc., etc. We're going to set up the panel. We're going to do the panel. After, we're going to have some words, so stick around for that. And then we'll let you out into the city, you menace. And that is it for the party.
Great. You know, one thing for the party, so I was looking at the questions that you submitted for the panel. Thank you so much for submitting the questions. We won't be able to get to all of them, but we'll get to many of them. One question was, are you planning on getting wasted at the after party? I'm not going to ask Charlie Cheever if he's planning to get wasted at the after party, but I'm going to ask you this. Is anybody planning to get absolutely wasted at the after party? Just me then? Okay. Oh, there's... Bros. Yeah, hook up later. We're gonna paint the downtown red. Yeah.
I would get wasted at the after party, but I'm already wasted now. So. We're almost there. They have left us up here with microphones and no supervision, which is fine normally, but with this amount of time, maybe a mistake. We had a couple talks today. So heard some from Henry about startup life and about tech for startups. And I work at a startup. It's called Sling. And I should, in theory, be working on that. But instead, I am here with all of you doing this, which is fun for me. But my boss has been asking me why I haven't been beta testing our current model. And one of the things that Sling is very good at is sending people money. So I thought I would just beta test it here right now. Would someone like some free money? Because of the beta, you know, part of it, I need a volunteer that has an account in Europe, not the UK, sorry. Any Europeans want some free money? It's just a QR code. Let me pull it up.
People don't like free. This is the problem with tech programmers, I think. You know, we're all too privileged. Well, wait a couple of...
Studio.
What? We're not faking this, by the way.
Okay, we are going to take a short break for a few minutes to set some panel stuff up. I'm going to come down there and give some people free money. How about that? Does that sound good? Yeah? Okay.
All right. Well, I mean, I think this might be the last time that Ellie and I are on the stage together. I think they've asked me to do the closing with the software management people. So, Ellie, can I just say thank you so much? It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
If you don't see Ellie on stage afterwards, please say hi at the party and ask her for free money.
Or on Twitter, Ellie Billy.
Yes. Thank you, Ellie.
No, thank you.
Give it up for Ellie.
I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys later.
All right. And I have also been here. See you in a bit.
if you watched the talk by Alex this morning about Metro and other developer experience things that we've been doing, you have a lot of the context about what I've been working on as well. And yeah, so like Metro is kind of the thing that sits between your code and the app, and if we're doing our job right, you don't feel that it's there. But there's a lot of kind of quality of life enhancements that we've shipped, and obviously symlinks, symlink support that's been long awaited, and things like lazy bundling, etc., and our collaboration with Expo. So yeah, lots of good stuff.
Nice, and it's nice to hear that Metro is back. I remember my React Native days; it was always a project that I love to hate or hate to love. But it's good to see that it's now getting the love that it finally deserves. Charlie, I thought it was interesting because like you had Expo talks, multiple of them on stage, and there were also DX improvements that like you as Expo are working on. It's like, do you guys collaborate on this? Is this something you do together?
Yeah, I think especially in the last year or so, we've really ramped up the way that we're coordinating with Meta and trying to just make everything good for everybody. And Evan was explaining how we're jettisoning Webpack and going kind of all in on Metro. And the only reason we're able to do that is because we're working in concert with Meta. It's been so great to work with Modi and the other people there. And then I think it's also just really important for the whole community that we kind of present a united front. Because like if you think about a new person coming in and using React Native, it's really distracting and stuff if they have to make a big decision about, oh, do I use Expo or not use Expo? Do I use this bundler or that bundler? Or should I use this or that? And so when we're all working together and we can kind of present the best solutions as a package, I think it'll really help just grow our community and get more people using React Native and building great stuff.
Nice, and of course the dark horse, the other big company working on React Native is Microsoft. So the investment that Microsoft is putting into React Native is massive in terms of like the developer effort, all the open source projects, desktop projects you're doing. It's like, how do you see this collaboration? Like is it working? How could it be sort of like, how is it like from a developer point of view? What's that look like?
I think it's working. I think it's working pretty great. I think it was mentioned that Microsoft was part of the bundler working group, and that a lot of the things that we wanted to use internally, like symlink support in Metro, we then had to do that in our next kit. We made that open source, and now that ended up in Metro, like there. And like, I think that's pretty great. And as I've been saying to a lot of people, the more people who work together, the more benefit you can have for the community. It's really helped my job a lot in the React Native macOS world, and I'm just happy to see people working together.
Nice, but it's of course, like as platform teams, you can only provide for so many sort of requirements. Like Monica and I were talking about, still the need for like internal tools. Like I'm sure that so many of you are building internal tools in your companies. You talked about the Testify project. It's like, what is it like trying to sort of build on top of this platform, like internal tooling and so forth?
Yeah, so I think like it just responds to the need of just not having enough broadcasted, I guess, libraries that just like help us test, especially the UI part of our applications. So it's just one of the tools that we have found to be helping us with the testing process when, especially as I was saying during my talk, we were doing upgrades, so we can see how the visuals of our applications just change, if there are changes or not, so just to serve us as a backup. And then obviously, if like we all unite to kind of create the same tools that will support the process for everybody, it will be better. But it's a process that takes time and cooperation within companies and everything. So we are like on that path, but still there is some spaces where we have to create our own solutions.
Yeah, I mean, and Caddy, your team, you've built your testing solution, right? React Native OWL, and you've even open sourced it. So like, what's that process look like? Like from a, almost like a userland developer, you are building apps, you're sort of like answering the requirements that, you need, but then you go and open source it, give it away for free. Like, how does that work?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, at Formidable, we tend to, we solve the problems that we have, and then if we can, we'll share it with the world. So yeah, we have, I think recently, 2 of the libraries that we published were React Native OWL which is like a regression testing, visual regression testing library. And then the other one is React Native AMA, which is an accessibility library because, I mean, I think more and more, I think we are focusing on accessibility, especially in the US. I don't know if everyone knows this, but in the US, if you publish an app that is not complying to accessibility standards, you can actually get fined by it. So get your accessibility in order.
Yeah, that's not the best moral reason to do it, but you know, capitalism only understands one word, and it's fiscal violence. So I think that's a good reminder. But yeah, I think this, you know, like this community is built on open source. You know, like I got my start, you know, in React Native building open source libraries. And Christoph, you know, software mentioned you guys are such a powerhouse in the React Native open source. Like almost every React Native app uses, you know, screens and reanimated and these things. Like, what do you see your role in it, and like how do you balance the sort of the let's say the fiscal needs of the company and like this sort of, you know, giving back?
Yeah, so we basically need to find some way of doing that. So we're like very happy to be part of the community, but also we need to, you know, get some source of income, and yeah, it's important to find the right balance. I think like a lot of people at the conference have been approaching me, hey, I know you because we're working on an open source project, and it's the same for the open source team that we have at Software Mention, and they're recognized, and like people sometimes they say, hey, we are using your projects and we should like find some way to contribute, but it's definitely not that easy for everyone to do so. Like there is like unless you want to, you know, contribute your free time or treat it as a hobby, then that might make sense. But oftentimes you're just not in a correct situation right situation to you know, be able to invest more time or more, yeah, basically more of your time to you know, build open source tools. And I think for us, it's good that we have a really good synergy between like what we do, because of the work that we do in open source. We get, you know, more people recognize us. This helps our business. But we also, like by investing in open source, we also actually improve things for our clients because our clients use React Native, of course. And that's like the third kind of leg of that is that we also, by having like a real impact on open source, we are not only, you know, making our company recognizable, helping our clients, but we're also helping the developers that we hire. Like there are people who are coming to us. A lot of them just learn React Native at work, right? So this is the time they invest in learning this framework. And by making it better, it's also better for them. I mean, because they invested time to learn it. So that's kind of like a win-win for everyone, and that's been working for us very well.
Nice. Yeah, Ankita and I were actually having a conversation about this. You know, like open source is one of those things where, you know, I think a lot of people want to get involved. It's, you know, like it seems to, at least for me personally, it's been a huge positive career. So Ankita, like, how do you think, like, you know, if there are people here in the audience who want to contribute to any of these projects that people represent or start their own, like, how does that work? How do you get started?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think you need to look into what is something that you're most passionate about. For example, like, if you can improve, if there's something that you think that could be better in general, look into what their open source guidelines are in general, right? Like, for example, my first open source contribution was probably in like the Node.js package, where, you know, it led to so many different conversations in general in terms of like the HTTPS security, you know, impact your career. So I feel like figure out what you're passionate about, figure out what the libraries are doing. And I know that, you know, we have so many like open source maintainers here that are very like, and they would, you know, you can pick their brain on how you could, you know, contribute to it in general, right? So take a look at the guidelines and like, you know, try to like, yeah, just like go for it and like try it out, yeah.
Nice.
Maybe one more thing to add to that is that like people often perceive contributing to open source as actually writing software, whereas there are also different ways of contributing. Like starting from, you know, spending a little bit more time maybe on providing a good reproducible example for the issue that you're reporting. Like just opening issue is one of the most important ways of contributing, and doesn't require you to, you know, figure out like what project you will be building and maintaining it later on. And even like so small things like filling the State of React Native survey is like a one way of contributing as well. We've seen today on a couple of slides the results from the survey, and And like what Moto was mentioning earlier, like over the course of past 2 years, maybe we've seen much more interest from Meta side in communicating with the community, getting feedback. That's really important, and we also see that they're really taking into account that feedback. So the debugging part that was like the second most requested feature was like something that's the working group is being built upon. So how did you have filled the survey this year? There you go. So that's the real room of improvement and the easiest way to start contributing to the community, I think.
Yeah, speaking of good ways to get started with open source contributions, I do want to mention that on the React Native repo, we actually have issues marked with an umbrella emoji. So those are like collections of small, kind of beginner-friendly tasks. And we've shipped, I believe it was something like 100 PRs in the past year or so, since like starting to open those umbrella issues. And yeah, it's really easy to get started, to like pick a module that's related to the new architecture and like follow the instructions in the task and refactor it and kind of land your first PR in React Native itself. And yeah, I'd encourage you all to check that out.
Yeah, I just wanted to add from userland, I think a good rule of thumb is if us as users of Node modules, if you ever find yourself using patch package to just fix a line in a library that you're using, then yes, that's a quick fix for you, but this is the perfect opportunity to also go to that library's GitHub page. Usually there's a contributing like markdown file that's really common for most libraries. Look at that for the guidelines and then just raise a PR for it, and then that could be your first contribution, and we'll all love you.
All right, I think we have to do an obligatory shout out to David Sheldrick for Patch Package, the package that has saved my ass more times than all other packages combined. All right, let's switch gears a little bit. So we had a lot of questions from the audience. We're not going to read them out sort of like word for word, but I've sort of tried to group them as themes and some stuff that we can have conversations about. So maybe like to nobody in particular, this one theme that seems to be emerging is React Native is now kind of grown up. Like people have built really big apps, with it. And when you start something new, it's really fun and easy, and then suddenly the cracks start to sort of like show, and there's challenges. So like, there's been questions about scaling and upgrades and accessibility. So like, if anybody has any sort of particular takes on, for example, like what are the big scaling challenges that people see when they are building React Native apps, and like how do we go about solving those?
Yeah, maybe I would add to this because I've faced quite a few, like, not challenges, but interesting opportunities, I should say, to learn new technologies in general. I feel like a part of me being a developer, I'm really excited about these challenges, right? Like, yes, we have so many things such as React Server components and packages getting upgraded and getting better, and all these amazing open source maintainers maintaining it. But on the other hand, I feel like if I wear my consulting hat, it's also some of the things like, I feel like I want to try this package out, create spike tickets and really assess if this is ready for production before, migrating it into an app yet, So I feel like that's something that there's a bit of like risk involved in it for sure, but I feel like I'm really open and excited to try it out and like really appreciate all the future there is to it. But I feel like as we scale the apps, we need to like also be careful, especially in React Native world, as we upgrade the app and like merge new things as well.
Yeah, I want to throw out just another plug for Expo Router here, because we noticed that one thing that happens when people build really big apps is that they start to take a long time to bundle, and like as you keep adding more and more, that just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And so, sort of learning a lesson from the web here, when you break things out and sort of only do the work to on-demand load each given route, that can save a lot of time. And so that's one of the things that's built into the new Expo Router. The other related thing there is when you're upgrading, when a lot of things break because some stuff changed, it's really tough if you have to go fix all of them before your app will render. And so by breaking that out so you can actually load the profile page or the timeline or whatever it is before that, that'll make a big difference, I think. But I think the thing that really solves this problem, that I've been sort of talking about every so often for years now, is I think when we reach a certain point of maturity with React Native, I'd really like to see it have a kind of backwards compatibility that's almost guaranteed forever, so that you know, if your TypeScript or JavaScript doesn't change, upgrading from one version of React Native to the other shouldn't break anything. I don't know if there's reasons why it's not quite there yet, I don't think, but I think that's like as a long-term target to hit, I think that would really help wider adoption of the technology, because that's one of the things that makes the web so popular is you can still use jQuery on the version of Chrome that came out at 4 a.m. last night. And it's, you know, that makes it so that people can keep their things running and go back, and it makes a huge difference.
Another thing that I think is important, for the upgrades that I was mentioning before too, is to embrace modularity when it comes to developing our applications. It ties a little bit along with what you were saying with the Expo router, but just also, you know, that allows our applications just to be, you know, if something is breaking in one side, perhaps might not make the whole application to be breaking if it's possible. And also not to ignore versions that are coming when they don't look that they are super impactful at first, right? Because like it's easier to jump from small, you know, version changes than breaking changes. So, you know, that's like some sort of the things that we can account for right now while we try to make things better overall.
Yeah, I just want to add that from kind of the React team's perspective, React Native team's perspective, we're definitely currently taking kind of a good hard look at the pace of breaking changes and how do we communicate clearly, you know, what's ready for everyone to use, what's ready for kind of early adopters to try out and give feedback. We're really trying to get, honestly, to do a better job of communicating that going forward. Nico in his talk this morning actually talked about stability a lot, and that's something that we're actively looking into. Like, what does a stable version of React Native look like? What does a stable version of the new architecture? Evolving React, I think there's some really, really exciting innovation that's still happening in React itself. You know, you mentioned React Server Components. I think of that as like a really exciting discovery that's been made in some lab, like a scientific discovery, and we as an industry are still in the process of, you know, figuring out what the practical applications of that are, and it's totally fine if like it doesn't apply to you right now, but we're very excited about the potential of that to be really meaningful, even for React Native apps. Even for things like local first apps that we heard about in this conference. Like, I think that model goes actually way deeper than just kind of client-server web apps, even if that is kind of the first kind of visible application that we see today. I think there's lots more to come.
Yeah, I think this is always the difficult thing is, you know, backwards compatibility comes with a cost. You know, stability, you know, also moves things to move more slowly. And I guess this is the question that we're not really supposed to be asking, but I think, you know, we must ask. And I'm looking at Moti here, but I'm not expecting him to give an answer. 1.0.
I'm going to give a slightly controversial answer and say yes. And we don't know that it's going to be called 1.0. We don't know about the timeline. But like I said, we are taking a good look at what stability means for React Native and how we balance all of these things. It's certainly on our minds. The concept of stability is just, you know, how we're thinking about how difficult upgrades are at the moment. So yes to the idea, and we're thinking about it.
Yeah, Saad, I mean, you mentioned in your talk that, you know, you were running a sort of, what do you call it, like out-of-tree? No, what?
Out-of-tree platform.
Out-of-tree platform. So basically, you have a fork that has a bunch of if-defs and other custom code, and every time you need to upgrade, not only do you need to upgrade like everybody else, you need to actually move chunks of code from one code base to another. So, like, I'm not asking from a Microsoft strategy perspective, but you as a developer, like, what does it mean? What does stability sort of like mean to you? What is the right prioritization between trying to get all of these new features in to help make the platform better versus like, when do we just say, it's good enough now, let's build it?
Yeah, so being one of the out-of-tree platform for maintainers, I kind of get to see upgrading difficulties from both ends. One is we have to merge a lot of commits from React Native down into macOS and Windows, and then once we've done that, then bring it down to all of the Microsoft apps and things we have internally. And so we see all the we have to keep track of all of the new features that are coming, and then we have to go update all of our stuff to use that, and then do that all over again, because by the time we finish that, there's a new version of React Native. And I do think that it's been getting better. I think that there's been a lot of effort from Meta and the open source community and the CLI team and lots of people to make the React Native experience easier. What stability means to me is that my job is less of me pulling my hair out as I merge commits, and I think that's been happening, and I'm happy about that.
Nice. One thing that always struck me about React in general is that one of the reasons why it's stood the test of time as a platform is that it didn't try to solve all the problems. It left a lot of sort of solution space in the user land for people to explore. That not only attracted really smart people who wanted to solve, you know, hard problems for fun, but also like allowed the sort of the marketplace of ideas to sort of, you know, like converge on solutions. So there's this like idea of like one monolithic thing, and of course React Native is a much more complicated project. It requires this like a bigger core than React does. But you know, for example, Christoph, you know, you guys like screens, for example, is something that, you know, in my opinion, kind of should have been baked into React Native, but you guys built it in sort of user land. Do you think that there is going to be a point where, you know, like the core platform itself will provide all of the hooks and the primitives needed, and then from there on out, people like yourself can go and like build out all the rest of the things that the ecosystem needs?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with the way it's currently structured. It allows like to give enough flexibility both to, you know, the core team, Meta, and to us being like a library developers, and also like I think on top of all those both things is Expo, and like Expo Growth is kind of like giving you all the stuff that you really need to build your app, and even more than that, it's not just the you know, the collection of the SDKs, but it's also the service that allows you to, you know, figure out how to, you know, structure your workflows, how to, you know, how to deliver software. So I think kind of this, I mean, it seems to be working really well. Like Expo is growing really and providing more and more stuff for us to use, and all the things that, you know, we as Software Mention have been developing for our clients in the past to, you know, help with the developer workflows, like how do you get the preview builds, for example, that are now being solved. So it's great seeing it that way, and I think there is, like, Expo definitely have more incentive to build that kind of stuff, and I think that kind of having those roles divided, it's been working pretty well for the community. Sure, maybe Charlie wants to add something to that. How do you feel about Expo doing all the things that Meta doesn't want to do?
Yeah, I do think there's sometimes people talk about shipping the org chart, and I think like one component of the decision about how to organize all this stuff is about who is going to work on all this stuff. And even though I think we're doing a pretty good job recently of people at Software Mention, CallStack, Infinite Red, Microsoft, Meta, of all talking and coordinating and trying to figure this out, that still doesn't form where it makes sense to draw the lines. I just think one thing that's really good about React Native is that you do have the ability to drop down and go into native in a lot of places, and then so like the possibilities for, you know, somebody in, as you sort of you're saying, user land, being able to do almost anything are there at all times, basically, which is great. But I do think that like one thing that we want to provide over time with the Expo SDKs is this sense that like somebody who just knows JavaScript or TypeScript can jump in and just like have immense power at their fingertips to just build exactly what they are dreaming of, like without having to necessarily start writing a bunch of like native code or, you know, installing a bunch of third-party modules that they have to research. But they just have, like, this is basically what happens on the web, where you have most of the APIs that you want built into the browser, and you don't have to write a lot of native code or anything to do almost anything you can imagine.
Yeah, maybe just to add, we think that it's amazing and really important that kind of user land opinionated frameworks like Expo exist on top of React Native. We feel that it's yeah, it's a great way for vast majority of developers to be using React Native. Where we kind of see our role in then kind of taking some of the ideas that are kind of proven out and that they're really popular with developers, they're really popular with users, that provide a good user experience, and to find ways to bake them into the framework or to bake them into kind of the core of React Native itself. To solve kind of classes of problems so that ultimately developers don't need to think about them while still like delivering the best user experience. So you can think about things like concurrent rendering and suspense being our kind of proposed way of like solving like, kind of loading states at scale. You can think about our kind of upcoming auto-memoizing compiler, also known as React Forget, being a way to for developers not to not need to think about, oh, do I memorize this component? Do I not memorize this component? So that's where we see our role in really kind of baking in kind of this kind of increased leverage for developers to deliver the user experience that we believe in and that we care about.
Nice. So I think we want to move to the next topic. We don't have a huge amount of time left, so let's jump in. The other big area that we had a lot of questions about is just the state of cross-platform in React Native. I remember when I was a React Native developer, it was theoretically possible to build apps for web, but it wasn't really something that was very recommendable. Now with Expo Router, you can do static websites. Basically render a static website out of your Expo app, and we have people here like Monica, who works at Shopify, which is one of the big web companies. Like, what would it mean? Maybe an open question to the panel here is like, what would it mean for you or your teams or the people that you try to enable for them to actually be able to consider React Native as a kind of like first-class framework for building applications for web?
Well, it just will provide us more flexibility to develop our products, right? Like, will also give us more speed, right? And the learning curve, if there is any, or however it goes, will be flattened. Like we will have more options to interchange our developers across those the same platform. If it were to be like that, and it'll, again, I think the biggest benefit would be speed and the ability to iterate faster through our products.
And then what's standing in our way? Charlie, what do you think?
I think well, first of all, I think this is just kind of inevitable in some ways. Like, people are working with smaller teams. There's a contraction across the tech industry. People need to move fast. And people just want to build the same product in general and have it reach their users on all the platforms where their users are. And, we're seeing, I talked about Blue Sky in the keynote, and we didn't tell them to do this, but they just started off and they're like, we need to be on iOS, Android, and web, and we don't have the resources to do anything else. We're going single code base, and they made it work. And so you can pull it off now, but we know there's still more to do there. And the litmus test that I've been telling our team is that we need to make building with Expo Web as good as the best other ways to build websites out there if we really want to solve this problem. So that whenever we get there, whether that's 6 months, a year, 2 years from now, then when people in this room are thinking like, hey, I need to build a new website for this client or for this project I have in mind, that if you're just building a website and you're not even sure if you want an iOS app or an Android app, that it's still a very legitimate choice to use React Native Web, Expo Web, just to build the website. And if we reach that bar, I think we'll unlock, that's where this unlock happens, where it just becomes like, oh yeah, this is a totally first-class platform, not like a theoretically possible cool demo type thing. And that's where I think there's going to be a threshold point where it sort of tips and everything changes.
So Expo's going to take on Vercel.
I think there's a lot of space here, and that's getting way ahead of things. But I think people want to build products that reach all these things, and we're just thinking about helping them do what they want to do.
I think there's an increased interest in using React Native on web, and if I just look at App.js, last year's conference had a lot of people starting from the first edition of the conference in 2019, there was one talk with mentioning React Native Web, whereas it's last year we already have 3 or 4 talks where people were just talking, we build this thing using React Native for web, or using running React Native on web. I think one blocker for this to evolve faster is that so React Native has been originally adopted by companies that have already been using React. So they had their website built, and they moved some developers to now working on React Native, and now they end up having React Native apps, and then their their websites that are not using React Native. And it's a difficult choice for them, to now migrate towards using React Native on web. So that's something perhaps that's not going to happen very soon. But then, like every other company that is like just starting up, like Blue Sky, for example, it's ready there. Like they can use it already.
I think one interesting factor, if you think about it as a little bit, pull back and look at it from a higher level, is that there's a lot of app-first companies who may not be fully happy with the sort of the distribution platforms of Google and Apple, right? Like, there's a lot of rules, there's a lot of difficulty. Updating apps is painful. Like, are we seeing a sort of app-first companies want to, sort of like hedge on web and like have a more open platform, and is React Native for web the kind of path to that? Hot potato. Nobody wants to take it.
I mean, I think that this is just the reality of what users are demanding. Where, like, if you think about something that's really popular, like TikTok, like people, when they first get it, it's usually that one of their friends sends them a link to a TikTok video, and they first open it in the web browser, and that's their first experience. But then, if you really want to use it, you've got to get the app, because otherwise it just is clunky, and you can't really browse your feed and stuff like that. And so, people want to consume in all these different ways, and so like it's basically the same product, and so you want to have a single team building it and making the same design decisions, and the components should be the same, but you need to reach people on all these different services, and so it makes sense for that to come from a single code base, but it needs to target all these different things, and I think that's just like that's going to dictate how companies approach new projects in the future. I think with anything like this, there's always this stuff where people already have a team set up to do this and that, and like there's still people using like mainframes written in COBOL and stuff like that. Doesn't make any sense except for historical reasons. So that'll be the case. But new projects, I think we're going to see eventually almost everybody moving to this kind of structure.
Well, I've definitely been in a situation where we're building both the app and the website for a client, and then the app we're building in React Native, so we are blazing fast and amazing. And we are building features quicker than the web, so we're getting asked if we can have the same thing on the web in a shared component library, because it's React and React Native, and then we have to explain that it doesn't quite work like that. So it would be great to get to a point where it would work like that.
Well, I mean, Flex Gap is a tiny, tiny step that direction. Is anybody seriously working on sort of like a cross-platform styling solution that would be sort of, actually broad enough to work perfectly on both platforms? I guess Tamagui is a step towards that.
I think that's the leading candidate right now, Tamagui.
Yeah, so shout out to Tamagui, shout out to Nate. All right, we are coming to a time. We started a little late, so we might not take the full 45 minutes that we were allotted for this panel. But maybe, any final words that people on the panel have to the audience? Anything that you would like to see more of in the world that maybe people in this room can help us sort of create, or any other final words?
I think I would add that I know that there's a lot of change and innovation happening that a lot of us mentioned in the panel in general. But I think what's important is to kind of keep an open mind, and as you try out stuff and libraries or packages or frameworks or anything in general, try to make it better, because I think innovation can only happen if not just one company is pushing for it, but if the community is pushing for it, right? So if you see something that you think can be improved, like improve the docs, improve the libraries in general, and use specific things to contribute and create better libraries and frameworks in general. And I was that's something I would say, because I know there's a lot of there's a lot of innovation with AI and all that stuff, and I feel like there's something that I would definitely want to encourage everyone to innovate and keep an open mind to.
Well, I think those are wise final words. One more thing, just randomly, Rick Hanlon from the React team just messaged me. Should we send a selfie to Rick? Can anybody say, hi, Rick?
Hi, Rick.
Nice. All right. Well, thank you so much for all of you to join this panel. Thanks for the incredible talks. Thank you for contributing to this wonderful conference. Thank you to our audience. Let's give our panel a big round of applause. All right, please make your way out, and we have final words from Marcin from Software Mansion.
Okay, so I've finally got a mic. So thank you everyone for coming to the conference. Before you all leave, I would like to have a round of applause to the organizing team. I will not say every name because I will certainly miss someone. But the team was. The technical side was all managed by Jarek. Jarek, are you there somewhere? And Paulina also was working hard for the last 10 years or so to make it happen. Maybe I'm exaggerating. And yeah, please don't come to me to congratulate on the conference because I didn't lift a finger. So thank you all for coming and for the trust. I hope you liked it. What? Jarek? Paulina, come here. So, now you bow like in the theater, right? No, you don't have to. You don't have to. Yeah. So, thank all you, I guess. So, thank you all for coming. I hope to see you next year, everyone. Like literally everyone, but also hope to see you, everyone on the party, the after party. So you probably know already we have an after party in Lastrico. The after party is famous for one thing. So this is like the only after party after an IT conference that everyone dances. So hopefully this time as well. So so thank you very much, and now you can go. Dobra.